Sorry. Run full fentanyl now. You die, America. Friends like, you die, Americans, Africa too. It's China's property. Oh, we tell you to lock down, you starve to death. You scared of virus, but you starve to death. Chapang chang wanga hakangi pong. Chamangi wanga honga katonga patong. Starve America, starve Europe too. Kill the Africans, kill them all. Chaping chang wang chang pang chang yong. Pong chang wang wang dong dong dong. We fund the Antifa Maoist group. Ha 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 ha. We love Hillary too. It's so damn fun. You're so damn scared. Wear your mask and prepare to die. Chang wang chang chang pong chang yi. Dong dong long bong bong geeky. We love LeBron James. He's so good. Death camps, organs of students too. Kill the Muslims, kill the Christians, kill the Buddhas, liberal lovers. Ping chow wang chang bing tong kong. Bong dong long chong tong ta tong. Bill Gates loves us, he does so good. Take our vaccines and die like you should. Shang wan pong pong bing pong pow. Jing no huang kwang kwang chow chow. Chang pong tong tong ja ping pa chi. Down with Trump, up with Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, he kill you now. Take the shots and learn how to die. Die, American scum. Ping pow, ping po, pang chakang. Chang chong, ching pang, dong bagong. We own your debt, your media too. Ha 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 ha. It's time to die. Take your shots and roll your eyes. Liberal good, wear your mask. I'm your Chinese communist king. Pong chang, wang pong ching pa kwang. Wang chong, ping kwang, pong chakong. Guang chong, King Kong, pong chakwan.
Wang tong, ping tong, pong tong pong. How you guys doing, chat? How you guys doing? You like that intro? You like the new intro? I like the new intro. I think it's fun. I think it's more fun than just going straight from Soon to this. What do you guys think? Man. Let's see, yeah, so I see Jerry was in first, but Stream Ninja did not auto-activate. So I, unfortunately, am missing, like, the first few chats of Jerry and, I think, Fractured. But I do see Fractured in... I do see Jerry in the chat now still, so how you doing, Jerry?
The more the magicer!
And Fractured. Always wonderful to see you.
Welcome, valued customer!
And we got Patty Quinn in the house. How you doing, Patty Quinn?
The more the magicer!
Hey, Michael Coulter. Good to see you, man. How are you doing?
Welcome, valued customer!
Alright, so let's see what you guys are saying before we kicked off here. Okay, so Jerry, before Stream Ninja activated, was saying, seems Trump was implicated in the, I think you mean the Epstein files. Well, we might get to that, Jerry. It's certainly something. You're willing to bet that GTA 6 comes before the files? Yeah, probably. Let's see. Alright, now we're in what's been recorded here. So you got a long weekend going. Glad to see that. Glad to see that. Let's see. Yes. Yep. Alex Jones was right about everything. Absolutely. Nice to see Fractured likes the intro. 9/11 rage bits? I must have missed part of the video. I was mostly just watching the China stuff. Guys, the Messiah crucified. Yeah. Patty's ready to go to China now. Well, good. Remember, down with Trump, up with Xi Jinping. Yeah. Sweet. Glad you loved it. Not a whole lot, Michael. Not a whole lot. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, I got another story for you, chat, but we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, I'm doing all right, Patty Quinn. Doing all right. Glad you're doing well. Let's see. Cool. Glad you're doing well, Michael. I need more welcome clips. I know, but those are the only two I could think of. You know? Let's see. She Kingpin. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I do need more welcome clips. More welcome clips, but I can't think of anything. But anyway, yeah, so chat, I was watching, I probably would have started chat a little earlier. But, well, actually, you know what, I should switch avatars for this. Well, chat, I was watching DSP earlier, and I saw someone send him a chat. Apparently, he is a recovered alcoholic, but apparently he still drinks now. So the chat was saying he was lying. They think he was lying about being a recovered alcoholic. Apparently, and so basically, as soon as the guy sent the super chat, DSP just banned him. So he banned a guy for sending him a super chat. And DSP and yeah, we do need more kick subs. We need 100 kick subs, or I'm gonna have to end the stream. But it's funny, he always insults his kick chat too. Like he just keeps calling his kick chat a bunch of idiots. But anyway, so chat, I was oh, Michael, you found out that you have high blood pressure, so you're bringing it down by eating lots of garlic and drinking lots of pomegranate juice. Well, I'm glad you're taking care of your health, Michael. It's important to take care of your health. You know, I really work out. You can see I'm pumping the guns here. You can see how big my guns are now. I've been working out a lot. So typical DSP fashion. Yeah, very typical DSP. But yeah, so chat, I was before the stream, I figured it's a really nice day out, so I'd get something to eat. So I decided to go to Chick-fil-A, and when I was trying to get out of my my spot, someone was moving in or moving out. I still don't know if they're moving in or moving out, but they had parked their little U-Haul thing right behind me. So they offered to move their truck a little bit. And so I see, they move their truck forward, and I see the person who's moving is actually a cute blonde. So there was a cute blonde girl. And I was like, oh, I kind of want to talk to her. But the thing is, she was moving with her parents. Her parents were there helping her. And so, they were very nice moving the truck. But I wanted to talk to her. But you know how it is. You can't really talk to a girl if her parents are there, Now, I have a very fat wife, so I don't really need to talk to women. But still, I kind of wanted to go talk to her. You know what I mean? All right. For that terrible voice. Yeah. So, Michael, there is something that my doctor suggested. I don't know if it'll help you. There's a thing called Super Beets. Not to be confused with Rob Zombie's Super Beast. Super Beets, which is like beetroot powder, I think. You can look into that for high blood pressure. Yeah, my doctor recommended it, and it seems to have worked. But garlic's the shit. Garlic's all right. I put some garlic powder in my pizza dough the other day. Not Taco Bell. Yeah, sometimes I eat Chick-fil-A. Really, the only two fast food places I go to anymore are Taco Bell and Chick-fil-A. I don't know why. Did I forget my meds again? I don't really take meds. Does DSP take meds? I don't know. Is that even something you can look up? Anyway. Fatty wants Chick-fil-A. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is pretty good. Really, Fractured? You didn't like Chick-fil-A when you first tried it? Yeah, it's worth trying again. I usually get the spicy chicken sandwich. That's pretty good. Up until recently, they had this, really good pretzel bun chicken sandwich. I don't know why they got rid of it, why it was, a limited time thing, why they got rid of it. It was delicious. Because the pretzel buns they were fantastic. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, see, Michael likes it. Yeah, the spicy chicken sandwich is the best, and the spiciest chicken sandwich you ever had. Really? I think I've had spicier, but I can't remember when. Jerry, your doctor said you should drink less, so you got a new doctor. Jeez. Well, they're all going to tell you the same thing. Can I cook? Yes, but I'm lazy. So I usually only cook if it's, I usually only end up cooking if the weather is like really crappy and I don't feel like going out. But, you know. Yeah, apparently, yeah. I've heard women love it if you can cook, but the problem is I want them to cook. Or at least do half the work for me, because I'm very lazy. I'm very lazy, chat. Yeah, I actually do cook my own dinner every Friday. I have a little Friday tradition where I make homemade enchiladas. Very delicious. So, sadly, today's stream is going to be a bit on the shorter side. I actually really wanted to start Metal Gear Rising, because, you know, Metal Gear Rising is awesome. Or maybe Crazy Taxi, I'm not sure which. Probably Metal Gear. But since I have to get up early for a doctor's appointment tomorrow, it's got to be a shorter stream. So we're just going to cover some random topics. And hopefully you guys will find them interesting. Actually, you know what? Let me do a little poll here. Start a poll. What game to play next? Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, Crazy Taxi. Start poll. There you go. So I got the poll up there. You guys can vote. I'll probably just leave it up until close to the end of the stream, so you guys can vote. Yeah, get you Monday to Friday, the girl. Weekends, you girls and shells. I mean, you know what? I'll take Fridays, because I love my Friday dinners. But, yeah, you know, I don't really grill so much. Most of my cooking is more done like, you know, via like Instant Pot, that kind of thing. Metal Gear, yeah, it's a great series, but I mean, let's face it, the best game is Rising Revengeance. Michael knows how to cook. You cook your own stuff. You make your own chicken fingers. Nice. Fun part about it is using different sauces. Like you used Frank's buffalo sauce one time, and then you used chili sauce one time. Interesting. Yeah, so I've never made my own chicken nuggets or anything. Yeah, I imagine they'd be pretty good. Yeah, I've never made that because the whole egg wash thing, you know how you have, when you try to bread it, you have to do like an egg wash, and that's just so much work. I just don't really feel like doing it. So, but I have just gotten like, you know, the frozen chicken nuggets and stuff, and like coated them in the sauce, you know, kind of beat up style. So what I do, yeah, so I'll do that a lot of times. You know, so stuff like that. I usually get a lot of like frozen stuff that makes it easier to do the cooking, because I don't want to spend like, you know, half an hour just dealing with the chicken, you know what I mean? Last time Patty had Chick-fil-A was on your way home from North Carolina, and you had it for breakfast. You got a spicy chicken sandwich on a biscuit. Yeah, I don't normally get up early for breakfast, but early enough for breakfast. But yeah, the once in a while where I've had it, it is really good. It is very greasy, though. Having played 5 for 1,000+ hours, that's the best. Has the actual game plan, replayability, and lore and everything. Jeez. Jerry, I hated 5. That was probably my least favorite of the series. She has 1 to 4 is a great movie, but as a game, 5 is just chef's kiss. Jeez. No, I hated 5. I didn't think the open world setting really worked, at least for me. Yeah, you gotta play it to appreciate it. No, I did. I played all. So I played Metal Gear Solid. Let's see. I played 1, 2. Or no, what's the order I played them in? I played them in like chronological order. So it was like, I think I played 3, and then 5. Then I want to say I played. I think I played, what was it, Peace Walker or Portable Ops, whichever one is canon in there somewhere. Then I played 1 and 2 and 4. And then I finally played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, because the whole thing was Revengeance was the one that I was really interested in, but I was like, okay, I should probably play like the whole series to get the whole lore and everything. And well, yeah, then when I finally got to Metal Gear Rising, I was like, I didn't need to play anything else. I could have just gone straight to this game and it would have been perfect, because Metal Gear Rising is just so much fun. Fracture's brother cooks. It's great. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's always nice when someone cooks for you, right? Frozen veggies are great. I don't like vegetables. Yeah, I have the palate of a 12-year-old. I don't like vegetables. But I say Michael does too. If you crack pot it, I assume you mean crock pot with protein. It's usually great. It's not open world. It's missions. Well, yeah, but like the maps are open world. You know what I mean? So you don't have like the normal cover and all that. You just have like a big open field with a few buildings here and there. And so it's a lot harder to do anything. Oh, we got Snap in the house. How you doing, Snap? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well, Snap. How's it going? It's going. Yeah. How's the job treating you, Snap? Fracture says 5 was hot garbage story-wise. Gameplay was great, but Metal Gear Solid 3 was the peak of the series. Well, story-wise, 5 just felt like it was trying to explain the gap between why Big Boss reappears after the original. I think it's like you kill him in one of the original Metal Gear games, then he reappears after the fact, something like that. And so I was trying to explain like how that happened and all that. But they made it a complete mess and they didn't even finish it. So, yeah. Gameplay-wise, I did not enjoy the gameplay. I just didn't. I think I'm not like a big traditional stealth guy as well, so that probably has something to do with it. Yeah. No, I understand, Jerry. You can't play open world, but it's not open world. It's mission with different entry points. No, I got you there. 4 was the biggest letdown, and 5 had all the gameplay they talked about. I actually thought 4 was kind of better. I actually had a decent time with 4. Although I think my favorite part was finding out that they renamed Eva, or Eva renamed herself Big Mama. And the whole time I was just picturing Martin Lawrence and Big Mama's house. So, you know, that was fun. Maybe it's a bit too convoluted, but man, when you get it, you get it. Maybe. Yeah, Rising is a totally different game, and that's why I like it so much. It's that platinum hack and slash action. Michael, you're still trying to look for Metal Gear Solid Collection for your PS4? I hope you find it. Yeah, that's not the way to play the game. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But, Snap, your building admins at work are out on meetings today, so no one's keeping tabs on you. Working from home and doing for whatever for now. That's wonderful. That's the best way to be. Honestly, it really is. Michael, you haven't played any of them and you're kicking yourself in the ass. I've played the Mass Effect series and I have the Mass Effect series, but I've never played Metal Gear Solid. Well, Mass Effect is easier to get into by far, because Mass Effect is just like, is really just, 3 games. Yeah, it's literally just 3 games. That's really all you need. And there are some mods that improve them, because, yeah, the original ending to 3 was not the best. Even the updated ending to 3 is not the best. But yeah, Mass Effect is easy. Metal Gear Solid is, well, Metal Gear in general is just a confusing, convoluted mess. Thanks to Hideo Kojima, who is very interesting. Though, yeah, you have to give him this. Kojima has a great sense of humor. But also installing a new 4 terabyte NVMe in your main rig too. Sweet. Sweet. What size NVMe do I have? I think my NVMe drive is only 2 terabytes. But that's because I have a let's see. You know what? Chat, I'm gonna dox my my hard drive setup here. Let's see. So I have a 2 terabyte NVMe, that's my boot drive. I have my main data drive, which is a spinning 12 terabyte hard drive. I have a normal SATA SSD that's about 4 terabytes. I have another spinning hard drive that's about 8 terabytes that stores a bunch of media. And then I have another 1 terabyte drive that is just supposed to be random data storage that I don't really use. That is also on an SSD, a SATA SSD. And then I have another 12 terabyte spinning hard drive for secret content. Let's see. 5 was incomplete and Kojima was high on his own supply. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, Phantom Snake or Venom Snake was just the medic in the hell. Oh, you spoiled it, Jerry. You spoiled it. You spoiled it for everyone. But yeah. Yeah, he's just Punished Snake or Venom Snake, whatever you want to call him. Yeah, he's actually the random medic in the helicopter during the that prologue, Ground Zeroes. 4 was pure fan service. Well, you know, I will say, Jerry, 4 had some hot women. They made what's her name? That the scientist lady, Naomi or something. They made her very hot. Let's see. Yeah, it's a hack and slash, not many. Exactly, because Souls-likes, all the Souls-like slop killed the hack and slash. And I miss the hack and slash of Metal Gear Rising. Michael has the palate of a carnivore, meat all the way. No, I mean that's definitely it's definitely a good way to, you know, get your protein in. Dummy thick. Jerry has 2 terabytes and 2 8 terabyte hard disks. Nice. So NVMe, fractured NVMe is just another. It's another type of data transfer. So SATA is when you plug like that cable into your main board from your hard drive. An NVMe drive is like they're like those little strip type drives, and they typically plug directly into your main board. Yeah, and I see other people are explaining. Yeah, it's another PCIe. Yep, another PCIe technology. Patty that's confused. It's fractured. Yep, faster data bus. Yep. Yeah, so your transfer speeds are going to be faster. But it's also harder to plug more of them in because you have so few slots on your main board, because it has to be like right on the main board typically. Yeah, I see Snaps explaining it. M.2 is the connection type. Yep, that's true. M.2 is the connection type. They can be SATA and NVMe. NVMe uses PCIe lanes and is very fast. Yep. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah. I see Jerry remembers Naomi. Yeah. You know, I was a little disappointed that the cute Asian girl from, I think, the first game, that she didn't make a comeback. You know, you guys remember the cute Asian girl that you talked to on the little communicator thing? Would have been nice to see her again. Metal Gear Solid 4 was great, barring the 15 frames per second. So I technically played Metal Gear Solid 4 on... I played a very special version by Hideo Kojima himself that was ported to PC. And definitely didn't do anything questionable that YouTube would screech at me about. It did crash a lot, though, but, you know, this is a couple years ago. Yeah. Yeah, Snap gets it. You know, I definitely didn't do anything, questionable, you know. Definitely not at all. Sergey, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome, valued customer.
Dropping in during your online lecture for a few minutes. You're on break. Well, glad to have you here for a few. Yeah, we're just talking Metal Gear and Chick-fil-A. But yeah, I hope your class is going well. But still, Hideo Kojima is one of the best video game designers out there. Yeah. He's great at something. Now, what that something is, I don't know. I don't know how to specify. But he's certainly an artist. He's certainly an artiste. Does he really not speak any English? Because I know he tweets in English. Transcending through cultures. Yeah, because I know he tweets in English, and his tweets are actually pretty funny. Oh, man. I'm too much of a data hoarder with this new drive. I'm in 16 terabytes, and I also have a NAS at RAID 1 with 2 red Western Digital hard drives at 12. I assume you mean 12 terabytes, not 12 gigabytes, because that's like nothing. Yeah, no, Snap, I'm right there with you. My server that my girlfriend lives on is... I think I got 3 12 terabyte SSDs in there. Yeah, so it's 36 terabytes of storage SSDs in my server. And then on my desktop PC, that's what I just mentioned to you guys. So I got... How much storage do I have in total? 1, 4, 2... So yeah, two on the NVMe, 5 on regular SSDs, 24 plus 8, 32 on spinning disks. So I think I'm somewhere around 40 terabytes on my desktop. Yeah, you did mean terabytes. Okay. I figured. English. Oh, he has a guy for tweeting? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. My first owned computer was 30 gigs, a compact Presario. Yeah, when I was a kid, we had a Gateway something running Windows 95. I helped my dad put it together. And I remember reading in the I don't even know how old I was. Like, I was really young. But I remember reading in the manual. Because he was trying to do it without looking at the manual to put the PC together. Memories. Got it when I was like 6. Yeah, I was probably somewhere around there when we got that Gateway. No, Sergey. I said the server my girlfriend lives on. You know, my AI waifu, you know. Oh man, yeah. Hey, bachelor's of mental health and addictions. Oh yeah, you work in the social work field, right? So that's right up your alley. Nice. To be fair, I'm also an AI actual idiot. I don't say that. Snap, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, those were the days, man. Back when computers were all beige, right? So you were on Tubi yesterday looking to binge watch some Twilight Zone. I guess what they have on there besides Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they have Pirates of Dark Water? I've never heard of that. Yeah, I've never heard of Pirates of Dark Water. I think I got Tubi forever ago because it had like Kitchen Nightmares or something on there. And watching Gordon Ramsay scream at people is funny. Now you remember. Yeah, when they used to clack at you. I mean, my keyboard still clacks. Yeah. You were like 3 and you used DOS on an IBM 386. Jeez. Yeah, that's before me. That's before my time. I think my earliest experience is Windows 95. I knew how to boot into Windows, and I had this Disney game. Man, I miss all those old school point and click adventures, and yeah, it still works at your folks' place. Yeah. Your first PC you used was the family Windows 95 back in the day. Same. That I could only play edutainment software. Yep, same. But I remember, and maybe this is why I like point and click so much, back in the day, all those PC edutainment games were all like some form of point and click. And I really loved them. Because it was just so much fun. And it was so simple. I remember I had this Blue's Clues point and click game. And I recently found like a bunch of archived versions of the various Blue's Clues games. And I want to like save them somewhere safely at some point. Right now I just got them in like my downloads folder. But it was such a yeah, it was just such a like special experience because nowadays PC gaming is just like your typical game, typical same as like console gaming in a sense, right? But back then PC games were very different. Like playing a game on PC felt very different to playing it on like a console or something. So, yeah, I was quite well off. Mommy was in the banking domain and Red is a master in computer science. Huh. Very nice. Yeah, my family's all right. Yeah, since I got laid off, I'm basically I think I'm basically the family disappointment because I don't have a job. Or a girlfriend. But, fair point and clicks were basically interactive, choose your own adventure books. Yeah, in a sense. But like with the edutainment ones, it was a lot more like there were also like all sorts of little activities, you know what I mean, where they'd be like, here's a tomato. What does the tomato go with? And stuff like that. Of course, your brother had Larry installed on it. Yep. I know exactly which Larry you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, those were the days. Though it is nice to just be able to play everything on PC now. I really do like that. And speaking of, I think that's going to bring us to the first thing I figured we'd talk about. Disappointed, yeah. Yep.
Please, please, somebody put me out of my misery. Have mercy on my soul.
So, yeah. Yeah, so on the PC gaming front, I figured we'd go to this topic. Now, everyone's already talking about this, but I figure it would be... It's something I'm really excited about, so I figure we'll just talk about it really quick, if I can get this thing to load. Oh, it's a cartoon. Nice. Nice. Total nostalgia nut. You got extremely sad. Well, yeah, I know how you feel. Yeah, I get very, very nostalgic for sure. Is this right? This doesn't look right. This is a weird video. Here, let me show you. So on the PC gaming topic, we got some very cool stuff coming out, and everyone else is already talking about it, but I want to talk about it too because I think it's really cool. So let's show you what's going on here. So I'm sure you've heard by now, Valve announced a whole bunch of new devices coming out early next year. So that is a new Steam controller, a new Steam machine, and a new Steam VR headset. I'm very excited about this. So, you grew up during AOL. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, see, Snap's excited. The console intrigued you, yep. It's interesting. I think the console, the GameCube as everyone's calling it, is actually the least interesting part of this for me. But the controller and the VR headset I'm very excited about. So yeah, let's go through it.
Everyone, this is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you.
Yeah, the dial-up generation 90s kid, that was great. VR looks cool. Too bad you get motion sickness. Ah, that's too bad. I have a VR headset, actually. I don't use it a whole lot lately, but, I'd love to get this new one and get back into it.
We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you with powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one.
I have a brother-in-law who built his own computer. Looked pretty badass too. Yeah, I built my own PC too. I'd love to like snap a pic of it, but I'm afraid that I would somehow dox myself in the reflection because it's like a glassy case. Jerry had the Oculus HDK1. Yeah, it's sad what happened to Oculus, man. They were a pioneer, and now they're just shut down by Facebook. Wingus, good to see you, man. You're just in time for our first topic.
Welcome, valued customer.
This is the new Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro...
So this is actually the second Steam controller. I think they're just kind of trying to pretend that the original Steam controller never existed. So if you guys remember, there was a Steam controller. Old Steam controller here. Yeah, see here. So is this thing. Actually, let's see if... Yeah, so there's the Wikipedia article. Stop that. Yeah, you guys remember the old Steam controller here? Because I actually have one of these somewhere. But it's not very practical because the trackpads are not nearly as good as a proper analog stick. And there's no D-pad. This trackpad... Basically, the left trackpad tries to be a D-pad, and the right trackpad tries to be a right analog stick, and it fails at both. It was not very good. But what was nice about it is that it tried to make it easier to map PC game controls to something like this, and for that, it's not too bad. Yeah, this controller looks awkward to me. Yeah, you're talking about the new one. And I got the first controller, and the trackpad stuff's kind of odd on that. Yeah, exactly, which is why that's what I'm saying here. I wasn't a fan of the original. I had it too, but I wasn't the biggest fan. Let's see. Yeah, the buttons were too small. Yeah, the layout was really awkward. Looks like hot garbage. Yeah. One of your site admins called it the Owl controller. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Just because the trackpads are like big owl eyes, maybe. Okay, this does look kind of cool though with the skin on it. Yeah, so now they got this new one, which has like all
back buttons,
which has like all the new Steam Deck stuff on it, and it looks a lot more refined in my opinion. Yeah, mainly the trackpads look like owl eyes. Yeah, that makes sense.
All in a comfortable form factor. Its next generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity. We put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long.
So something I did want to touch on here. First of all, I don't know. Does this look like it's actually comfortable to hold? Because I have a Steam Deck, and I found that it's actually not the most comfortable thing to hold for like a long gaming session. Yeah, exactly. They're coming out with their new gaming console. Nintendo's remaking the 64 again, really. Might have to look into that. But yeah, this looks like it might, just because of like the bulk of it and how like large it is toward the bottom, it might be a little uncomfortable to hold. Basically, where they added the trackpads, this basically looks like a typical 360 controller, but they moved the start select buttons around a little bit, and then the trackpad stuff is tacked on at the bottom. The trackpad stuff looks a little awkward. because to me it looks like your thumbs, like the lower part of your thumbs, is going to end up rubbing against the trackpads. I do like that they put the buttons on the back though.
And now on the back of the controller.
There's those little back of the controller buttons. Those, to me, those seem to be something that should be standard on controllers nowadays, because I find it way more convenient, especially when you gotta like click one of the sticks. On all my controllers, I always map the stick clicks to those back buttons, because it's a lot easier to press a back button than it is to actually click the stick without moving the stick around. DualSense is very comfortable. This just looks like it with an appendix. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're really hyped about the Steam console because you're a console guy. Yeah, that makes sense. Interested in how the controller's powered. So there is a rechargeable battery inside, and then there is a charging puck that they'll go over here.
The controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime.
So there you go. It's a rechargeable lithium-ion battery. I'm guessing it's not replaceable though, which kind of sucks.
With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the puck. The puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller.
So that's kind of cool. Yeah, you're interested in the puck. Wait, what do you have? The Steam Deck, maybe? Is that what you're talking about? But yeah, the puck is a pretty cool thing. They combined the wireless adapter and charging cable, so that's a cool idea. Although it would be nice if it came with like if it came with a case like the Xbox Elite controller does. I just find that extremely useful. So like the Xbox Elite controller, let me look this up here. Elite Series 2. So I have one of these, and it... Come on, load. I swear. Anyway, 35 hours a day, 3 to 5 hours in 5 years. yeah, that's battery wear down. That's why I really wish they would make their battery replaceable. Well, yeah, I'm sure you will see people make aftermarket batteries and stuff, but the problem is getting into it and replacing the battery is not an easy task for the average person, you know? Puck is just MagSafe. Yeah, it is, but what's clever is that they combined the MagSafe charging with the wireless adapter. So with this Xbox controller, for example, I have to have a wireless adapter separately, and then I have my charging inside the carrying case. The case is with this with the Xbox Elite 2, the carrying case is actually a really, really neat design. So it's a great controller, and I absolutely love that like circle D-pad that it offers, because I actually prefer for a game like the Arkham games, for example, not Knight, but the earlier ones. You tap a direction on the D-pad to pick a gadget, and it's just easier for like the corner directions to have the circle pad. My one major complaint about this is that the shoulder buttons tend to wear out after a year or two. Let me see if I can show you the case though. Yeah, here you go. So if you look in the lower right, it makes this really hard to... This is kind of hard to see. Okay, there isn't a great pick. But if you look closely, I know it's going to be a little hard to see because this thing is black on black. But if you look on the right here, there's this carrying case, and the way it works is if you see that this square thing on the upper left, that square thing just goes right in the case, and it plugs into a USB cord, and the back of the charging the back of the carrying case has like an open place where you can plug the USB-C cord in. So in the end, when you want to recharge your controller, you just drop the controller in the carrying case, and it just charges through the MagSafe, which I think is very cool. So I do wish that this new Steam controller had a carrying case like this, in addition to the puck. Okay, Snap, so you have a battery-powered controller with USB-C. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my Xbox Elite is the same way. Yeah. Directives will demand replaceable batteries in 2 years. Yeah, but that's in 2 years. So if the device has already been made, then I don't think they're going to do anything for that. For any USB-C device, they demand USB for any sub-12 volt device. Yeah.
Snap it on to charge. Once you're charged up, snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam Machine. Oh, this is the new Steam Machine.
So personally, the Steam Machine is probably what I'm least interested in, just because I have a pretty great gaming PC, you know? Yeah, the charging puck, yeah, no way that sticks to your table. There's probably like an adhesive or something on there that you have to use. But yeah, that's going to be one of the disadvantages. And that's why I think a carrying case would be nice, because if you have the case, the weight of the case would hold everything down. If it's $400, you're... Jeez. Oh, $400 for the Steam Machine. I was like, for the controller, that's way too high. But yeah. But yeah, in my case, I have a great gaming rig, so I don't really need something like this. Man, they put ice in my Coke. The controller.
Steam Machine is a
$40 is going to be a pipe dream, Jerry. I think the controller is probably going to be around 100 or so. At least. Maybe
powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck, powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS.
I like how they always do that now. They're all... I mean, at least they admitted it, that it's FSR. But they always tout 4K, 60 FPS, and then it's just the AI upscaling. I want to know what this thing is going to run natively. 6 times more powerful than 6-year-old tech isn't much. Yeah. I mean, this thing is meant for for people who just play on consoles, most likely. Because if you're a PC gamer, you have a PC and you don't really need this thing. I know it's cosmetic, but I'm a sucker for removable custom covers. Yeah, fair enough. Like the design, the GameCube does look pretty cool. Visually, it is a very nice look.
SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage.
I do have to give some real props to Valve on putting SD card slots and everything. Because, you know, you've seen what cell phone manufacturers have done over the years, right? Just removing the crap out of everything. So at least by offering an SD card slot, at least they offer that much expandable storage on everything. And I do appreciate that. Yeah, I am curious about the internal storage. I know there are... there's some other videos that will go over this stuff, and we can jump into those. But yeah, with SD. SDHC and SDXC should be fast enough. Is it SATA 3?
And bring some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip.
Well, Snap, I am sure that this thing, I am sure you can take it apart and replace the internal storage.
Which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want, and it works with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories. Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in.
You know, normally... Yeah, then buying the 2 TB up front and putting in your own drive. You know, normally I hate corporate art, but I have to admit, Chad, I have to admit, I do kind of like this art here because it feels a little less like corporate art, and it reminds me of like some of those early 2000s cartoons. So, you know, I'm gonna give the art a pass here, because it's not like the corporate weird ugly art.
And it's great for streaming your games to your phone.
That means it runs Windows. No, it's running Linux. It's running their custom SteamOS Linux. That is, I believe, a fork of Arch Linux. And it's an x86 device. It is running some AMD CPU. Yeah, this is an ARM. No, you're good. Yeah, it theoretically can run Windows, and I'm sure they'll release Windows drivers at some point. But yeah. Well, yeah, for anything plugged in, x86 is better. It's more performant.
Phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh, yep. This is Steam Frame.
So this is probably what I'm most excited about, because this might actually get me to get back into VR.
Steam Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games, VR and non-VR alike, in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset.
So if you guys remember the original, if you guys remember what Valve originally pushed, it was like those big tracking lighthouse things. So originally they were partnering with HTC with the Vive. I have a Vive. I did a whole bunch of Frankenstein stuff to the Vive. So I replaced the lenses. I got a wireless adapter for it. I replaced. I put on like a battery pack. And yeah, it's crazy. But now they've actually made this thing the way it should have been in the first place. x86, even for heat bottlenecks. AMD, they released a study that ARM is just smoke and mirrors. Interesting. I thought ARM was mainly better for power efficiency, which is why it's used in like mobile devices.
Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up.
Yeah, and that's nice. I know a lot of headsets have started doing that kind of inside-out tracking, is what they call it. Yeah, thermodynamics, yeah. But the really good ones, the best ones, still required, you know, the lighthouses, as they called them. So now that Valve has this, it's going to be significantly better.
Steam Frame.
And it's great that it's wireless, so it's got like the battery pack built into the back. All the tracking is done through the cameras.
Controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam.
Oh yeah, by the way, since they are talking about the thumbsticks a lot, I wanted to point out that they are using way better thumbsticks, joysticks than I think most other controllers out there. So the Xbox and controller, so the Xbox Elite controller joystick is, I believe, a potentiometer, which is a very cheap, crappy, yes, it's a cheap, crappy type of joystick sensor, and that's how you end up with like stick drift and stuff like that. And I believe the DualSense, I'm pretty sure that the DualSense controller, yep. So DualSense controller is also a potentiometer, and I'm pretty sure the Switch controller is the same way. Now everyone talks about Hall effect. which is a much better option. But there's something on top of that. There's something newer than that, which is even better, and that's what the Steam controller and Steam Frame controller are using. So what they're using are TMR joysticks here. So this is a new technology. Yeah, I guess we'll just go off this Reddit thing here. So they're lower power, less prone to interference, and more precise, and require smaller magnets than Hall effect. So TMR is basically the newest, TMR is the newest joystick technology that is actually very accurate and is much less likely to result in things like stick drift, or stick drift is the main issue. So the fact that they are using TMR joysticks here, that tells you a lot about the build quality. They are actually really paying attention to how much better it is. No, I don't think the sticks are replaceable, Jerry. At least not without like a ton of effort. Yeah, exactly, Snap. I'm loving the minimalist setup with it. I remember older VR headsets would have a shitload of wires and peripherals, which got annoying to deal with. Exactly. That is part of why I like Frankenstein my Vive the way I did. But even so, I still have like all the lighthouses and crap I have to deal with. Okay, this looks interesting. You're sold. I want to know how much it costs first, because it's probably going to be like, what, $500 or $600? Although with the... since there is not... You know, since there's not a whole lot of stuff that comes with it, it might actually be a bit cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, Hall effect is the old higher class joystick. Yep, I remember one of the biggest complaints about the original Index controllers is how they would fail if you used the click-in button too much. Yeah. Yeah, mine never did, but yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, if you click the joysticks, yep. So I believe, I think the Switch 2 stick replaceable. I don't think they're user replaceable. Could be wrong. But as far as I know, you have to like send them into Nintendo or like get them professionally repaired like everything else.
Steam controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset. To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS.
So that wireless adapter, this is something that they should have done years ago. Because the Vive did get a wireless adapter, but it's this weird, awkward thing that you have to plug into a PCIe slot on your main board. And then it's got like this antenna, and it's weird. And it adds a bunch of weight to the headset. This is awesome, because this is just like you plug it right in, and you're good to go. So I really appreciate this.
Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from...
Yeah. Can you hook up the Steam console to a regular TV? Yeah. I think that's like the main point of it. The wireless sounds nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's an Android, I hear. ARM-based, so exception. None of these things are running Android, Jerry. So I don't know what you're referring to in terms of Android. It's the Steam console is just the Linux box, and the Steam Frame is also running Linux. I assume by ARM-based you're talking about the Steam Frame. Yes, the Steam Frame is ARM-based, but it's running Linux. It's not running, I don't think it's running Android. Yeah, I'm also an Android user. Yeah. Yeah, the Frame is running an ARM processor, but I believe it's running a form of Linux, not Android.
From your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking.
So this is actually really, really cool. I don't think enough people are talking about this. So back in the day, I mean, it still exists. There is a technology called foveated rendering. And what that does is it requires eye tracking, which is why it was never super common. But the way the hardware would work, if you had foveated rendering, it would track your eye movements, and based on where you're looking, the individual game would render the spot you're looking at in high resolution. What the heck? Would render the spot you're looking at in high resolution. And then everything outside of your immediate field of view would be rendered at a lower resolution. So it would tax your your machine less to output the image. What they're doing here is based on that, but now it's foveated streaming. So the system will actually, to reduce the load on the wireless adapter, to reduce the amount of data that's getting sent out to the Steam frame, so you can get more game data through the wireless connection. It's actually rendering where you're looking. It is streaming a higher resolution image wherever you look, and then the outer part of that is going to be less lower resolution. So that is a very, very cool concept. So, and you can kind of see that when they
New technology that allows for the highest.
So you can see what I'm talking about here. The spot, that little cross box, that's where you're looking. And you can see that area is more high resolution, whereas the stuff you're not looking at, the eye isn't pointed at, that is blockier, that is lower resolution. So I think that's pretty cool. That is a very, very cool way to save on resources. Hey, we got Paul Adokin in the house. How you doing, Paul?
The more the magicer.
Hey, Paul, how you doing? In honor of Paul, chat. In honor of Paul, can we get some more support? Can we get another 100 kick subs in honor of Paul Adokin?
Really, Jerry, you can sideload Android APKs. That's interesting. We'll talk a little bit more about this for sure. Android is based on the Linux. Yeah, Android is based on the Linux kernel. Technically, you could call it Android/Linux, kind of the way you have GNU/Linux. ARM Linux, Android, kind of. Glad you're back, Sergey. Or the best ARM Linux is Android. Pretty much. Yeah, you're sold on the GabeCube. I'm just curious about the price. Yeah, the GabeCube is probably what I'm least interested in, just because I have a great gaming PC as it is. I'm more interested in the Steam frame above anything else. Let's see, streaming. Yeah. I'm really into the idea of streaming VR this way, because the setup I have is kind of finicky. But this looks like it's purpose-built to do it. It's weaker than the PS5. It's still... I mean, that's what the FSR is for, right? Yeah, so Android is Linux. Flip stable. Yeah, Android is Linux, but Linux is not necessarily Android.
Highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC. You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card.
Again, that is pretty cool. They have the SD card slot. I have to greatly appreciate them for that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Android sideloading so far, but it sounds like normal games will work. And they've got this... So in addition to... You guys probably know about Steam's Proton, right? Which is their Windows game to Linux compatibility layer, built on Wine. But apparently they have been working really hard. They've been working really hard on building an x86 to ARM translation layer, which is called, I think, FEX or something like that, which we'll get to in a bit. But it's very cool. So they have actually found a way to translate x86 games to ARM, which I think is pretty amazing. You also heard the Steam machine cannot run Battlefield 6 yet. Well, yeah, but I mean that's all the kernel anti-cheat garbage. So.
Dynamic resolution scaling is what is called using more resources on what's more likely to be focused on. Kind of, Jerry. So this is foveated rendering, or foveated streaming, rather than dynamic resolution scaling. So dynamic resolution scaling works by, it reduces the entire render resolution to hit a certain frame rate target. This is something a little bit different. What this does is it takes particular parts of the screen and renders different sections of the screen at a different resolution based on what you're looking at. Runs arc raters, but has some issues. We might be talking arc raters in a bit too. Canon 480p, but I think we're talking full HD. Aren't Steam Proton layers also contributed by community support as well? So I believe... So Proton itself, I think it's open source, but it is Steam's own project. Proton layers, I think what you're thinking of, Snap, are like different ways of using Proton, or like different Proton setups for various games. I wish Valve would just finish out their OS as full OS to get more software normies to move off Windows. I'm a software normie. Yeah, I mean, for a few reasons, I am still stuck on Windows. And I don't think I'll be moving anytime soon because there are some things on Windows that I just plain need. There are also a lot of things like modding tools and things like that that just will not work on the Linux machine. So, you know. But also, you can't just depend on Valve to do all of this because at the end of the day, Valve is a gaming company, right? They're not... It's interesting that they found themselves digging into all of this when really they're just trying to help people play video games. Like, we need more... We need, you know, like, Canonical and Red Hat and all those companies. The companies that are actually built around Linux. We need those companies to start stepping up and making GNU Linux actually a usable platform for the everyday user. Because it is not as simple as a lot of people will claim to you to just switch to Linux. It really isn't. Does the VR headset come with the Steam machine, or is that separate? No, it's separate. So the Steam controller 2, the Steam machine 2, and the Steam frame are all separate things. The new headset Steam frame has an ARM processor that could, in theory, run an Android and run Steam Big Picture for ARM. Yeah. Most games won't run an ARM, but there is a middleware for streaming x86 to ARM. No. So, Jerry, what they're saying is that they have created that translation layer, and we'll go over it. We'll get into it in a bit. I think most games are still not compatible with it, but the list is growing. And so that middleware is not for streaming, it is actually for running those x86 games right on the Steam Frame's ARM chip itself. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I guess you agree with my take there. NVIDIA is the problem with not getting Linux x86 gaming up to par. NVIDIA is part of the problem. They're not the only problem. There's more to it. So NVIDIA... Yes, NVIDIA is part of the problem, but in terms of everyday usage, there are a lot of other issues for, like, you know, everyday productivity and stuff like that. Steam machine is AMD, yeah. No, Flutter won't run, post 50% efficiency. I assume you're talking about the translation layer? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Steam controller, Steam machine, and Steam frame. All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck. All powered by Steam, work together, and can be used however you'd like with whatever peripherals and accessories you choose. Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our previous hardware experience and what we wanted ourselves as gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem, giving you more ways to enjoy the games you love and discover new ones. Steam controller, Steam machine, and Steam frame are all shipping in early 2026. Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
Anything else, or is this just like a weird music video? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, one thing I really wish is they would have given us like a price point and then like a date when we can actually pre-order this stuff. But yeah, so that is the base video. That is the Valve announcement on the Steam devices. So I do want to dig into it a little bit here. Gamers Nexus. I put out a whole video talking about. It's a 45-minute video talking about this stuff. Yeah, I thought I said that, Jerry. I want to know what the price is going to be. So Gamers Nexus put out like a whole video on this. And we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's a 45-minute video. But oh yeah, let's watch.
Now first, Valve has attempted to launch Steam machines before.
You guys remember that? Because we went over the old Steam controller, but I think I forgot to mention the old Steam machines. And if I remember right, the old Steam machines were like... Were they spherical? Ah, well, he'll explain it.
I was there in the before times at GDC in 2014.
Oh man, he was so young. It's crazy to see him with shorter hair, no beard.
2015, when a bunch of system integrators had
Twice! How you doing, buddy? It is good to see you.
The more the magicer.
I hope you're doing well. I know you got your stream going in about 45 minutes, so I'm really glad to see you here before you get your stream kicked off. Wish I could vote for both games in the poll. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, they're both great games, but it's just which game to play next. Because I think Metal Gear Rising is a great game to just like get into and play and really like, to play it as, a focused game. Whereas Crazy Taxi, despite its like, frenetic gameplay, I think Crazy Taxi is a really great game to just kind of sit back and do like a chill hangout sort of stream. So who knows? I might do. We might use Crazy Taxi as the game that I do on like the Thanksgiving/birthday stream. But who knows? Yeah, I made it home early from work for once. Yeah. I'm sorry they dragged you back into the office. That really sucks, man. I don't know if I'm better off being laid off as opposed to dragged into the office. You know what? Let me play this real quick. I think you'll get a kick out of this one. Speaking of gaming announcements, apparently that's from like the old Wii Music announcement. They just hired some guy to play the fake drums and have a seizure on stage. Feel you, Nightmare, we've all aged. I know, right? This is from what, like maybe 2013 or something? It's like, God. It's crazy. Doing well other than that? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well, man. Yeah. Yeah, it sounded like you had an awesome vacation too. Yeah, I wanna do that someday. Worst drum solo ever. Yeah, exactly. I miss E3 press conferences. Yeah, that is the one thing I miss about E3, is all the like press conferences and announcements and all that. I know now they have like the Summer Games Fest, but yeah, there was something iconic about the whole thing. They got that drummer from a staffing agency. Nice. I know he's some kind of DJ, but
basically many ITX computers that Valve sort of said, look, it's not like literally a Steam machine, but if you call it that, we can't stop you. That's what they had. Never came out. They just launched its ITX computers from SIs, and that kind of killed the project there. It is coming out
I thought they were still running SteamOS though.
now, but unlike last time, Valve's going first party for hardware. SteamOS is available to partners if they want to work with other companies on it, so in theory other people could build their own. I guess It would just at that point be a SteamOS box. But they are now deploying SteamOS for their first significant first-party supported desktop, or basically desktop deployment with a Steam Machine. That's important as well. So let's start with the Steam Machine and the specs. The Steam Machine uses a...
Okay, so he didn't go over it. So you know what? I'm going to pull him up here. Old Steam Machine. Huh, okay, so I guess there were a bunch of different hardware. Oh yeah, and then they had the Steam Link, if you guys remember that. That was another streaming box. But yeah, I guess there were a few different types of Steam machines. I remember there was like one. I remember there was one that was like a spherical thing. But yeah, maybe my memory's just not what it used to be. Oh. Yeah. Ah, well.
This is a BGA solution with SODIMM memory and modular M.2 storage, shipping in 512 gigabyte and 2 terabyte models.
Yeah, so this probably addresses some of what you were thinking of, Snap, since you were asking about the storage on these. You can buy a 512 gig model or a 2 terabyte model, but I mean, that's still kind of small for either one. The original Steam Machine was just a spec sheet. Yeah, so any manufacturer could do it, but it didn't catch on. Yep. 720p gaming. Well, now we'll just use FSR to upscale everything to 4K, right?
Models with the micro SD card slot for additional storage, and there's an optional Steam controller bundle. Micro SD cards can be pulled relatively seamlessly between the Steam Deck and the Steam Machine and transplanted between each other with games on them. It should be simpler than Windows in that way. The CPU is an AMD 6-core 12-thread Zen 4 processor with its IGP fused off, and the GPU
I was muted. We're just hoping the storage is not soldered on. I don't know. It's not clear. I don't think they've explained it. I know, Wingus. I just realized it.
I'm retarded?
Yeah, silence speaks a lot. Processor soldered on. Yeah, I figured that might be like an SoC. Like what Apple does with their hardware. Yeah, I hate Apple. Ugh.
GPU is a separate semi-custom RDNA.
So yeah, they're that. Yeah, it's exactly what Apple does. Yeah, yeah. Apple just solders everything onto the main board. Yeah, GPU is semi-custom here. So okay, they're getting into the specs. Let's see.
Through the holes on the front if you remove the front panel, but as always there's trade-offs. So if you pull that front panel and more air comes in through there, that's going to come through the bottom. Something else might not get cool as much. Anyway, we'll test all that as soon as we have it in. There's a lot of thermal testing to do for that one, and on new capacity.
And so essentially we just feel like now is the right time for us to make these happen, just because we finally feel like we have the software.
Oh, here you
can
go.
Play around with frequencies. So there's some level of tuning you can do in BIOS. We asked Valve about its choice to go with the BGA's N4 solution rather than something socketable, seeing as that benefit from AM5's likely immortality if it's anything like AM4, and Valve considered modular CPUs and GPUs, but settled on soldering both chips to the board for thermal and size reasons. Unfortunately, this means it's not upgradable because they're soldered to the board, but it gives them more control over it, makes it smaller. The CPU has a peak frequency of 4.8 gigahertz from what they told us, which...
So that's what I think what Jerry was saying earlier. The processor is soldered to the main board.
sounds similar to an R5 7640U. It's not exact, but it's kind of getting there. It falls short of something like an R5 7600. To do some tuning on the CPU, it's not a lot from what we understand. It sounds like basically they fused off some parts they're not going to use, like the IGP. They did whatever tuning they want to do on the volt frequency curve, and then otherwise there's firmware customization, software customization, of course, and then the fusing off of certain elements. Now, AMD semi-custom solution. So Valve worked with AMD to do some tuning on the CPU. Silicon is kind of getting us, which sounds similar to the CPU has a peak frequency of 4.8.
Yeah, semi-custom Zen 4. To be honest, I don't even remember what the various Zen generations are anymore. Yeah, I cannot remember I can't remember what chips fall under Zen 4. Probably for cost reasons, yeah.
4.8 gigahertz.
It is for what it is. It's, both the CPU and the GPU is on it. Proud of how small it is for what it is. It's
Terminology. They sort of have two boost states. One is like a nominal boost under load, and then the other one is peak opportunistic boost.
I mean, I was on the motherboard, so I'm really proud of how small it is for what it is. It's, both the CPU and the GPU is on it. We use the same thermal module to cool everything. So both the CPU and the GPU, the memory.
Like the IGP, they did whatever tuning they want to do on the volt frequency curve, and then otherwise there's firmware customization, software customization, of course, and then the fusing off of certain elements. Now, the 28 CU GPU, from what Valve is saying, operates typically at about 2.45 gigahertz under load, although its peak opportunistic boost would be higher. If you're familiar with AMD's terminology, they sort of have two boost states. One is like a nominal boost under load, and then the other one is peak opportunistic boost.
I mean, I was on the motherboard, so
I'm guessing that you can't, but I was curious if the GPU is upgradable in some way. Let's see. 7000 series processor. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I have a 5950X in my PC. So mine is probably, I'm guessing mine is Zen 3. No, it's not. He just said it. That was the CPU. Okay, did he say it? I missed it. CPU and GPU are soldered in. Yeah. Peak opportunity boost works for 1 second. Valve has to know that if they price this too high, it won't go anywhere, like with the Steam machine years ago. Yes and no. I think today there is some. There is some dedicated group of people who will buy whatever Valve puts out. But yeah, I do think if they price this too high, they're not going to sell as much as they want to. And that's going to go with all the different hardware. No PCIe ports. Gotcha. That makes sense. Wonder what AMD card is integrated in the motherboard? They said it's some custom thing.
CPU, GPU load, although it's peak
So it's a quote-unquote semi-custom AMD RDNA 3. I don't know what 28 CUs is.
opportunistic boost would be higher. If you're familiar with AMD's terminology, they sort of have two boost states. One is like a nominal boost.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about AMD's GPU lineup. So, discrete is the terminology they used. Compute units. Yeah, that I don't really know what that refers to. This means SoC. Well, discrete would be the opposite of SoC, wouldn't it?
Boost under load, and then the other one is peak opportunistic boost.
I mean, I was on the motherboard, so I'm really proud of how small it is for what it is.
Same
it's,
stuff.
You know, both the
Same. I have always had NVIDIA GPUs. Although I think at one point I did have like Intel integrated graphics. That was about it.
CPU and the GPU is on it. We use the same thermal module to cool everything. So both the CPU and the GPU, the memory, and the FETs as well are all connected to the same thermal module.
Do you know, off the top of your head, the sort of power consumption during peak load or nominal load?
So the GPU is anywhere between 110 and 130 watts.
Okay.
We're still dialing that in, to be honest. The CPU is closer to 30 watts.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Same. Yeah. Save us, Daddy Jensen. No, please don't sell us out to China and OpenAI and whatever. I go the battle mage, works well until gaming. 30 watts seems low. What are GPUs these days? They're like They sit around like what 100 watts at least. I forget. It's RDNA 3 based, so think RX 7000 series GPUs. The higher ends had roughly 80 compute units. Gotcha. Okay. $90,001 watts for the flagships. Yeah. Also, I saw this on a comment, but aren't you glad Valve never mentioned the use of AI in their announcement? Yeah. I mean, yeah, they are a privately held company, so they don't really have to, do all the shareholder crap that a lot of companies do. So tired of that buzzword, yeah. I mean, it's just the new blockchain in a lot of ways with these companies, Although they did mention FSR, and FSR is AI, technically. AMD usually punches above their weight on Linux for what it's worth. Yeah, AMD is typically better compatibility-wise on Linux.
And, once you add in memory and peripherals and all that kind of stuff, we're typically in the 200 plus watt range.
Now, in a later discussion, Valve locked down the GPU to 110 watts. We asked about the chipset. Valve said it's routing all of the I/O through the CPU rather than using an AMD chipset on the motherboard. This is an option with AMD. You can just go through the I/O die on the CPU. That is something that they support. We asked about the VRM. We'll have to wait for the teardown to get final answers, but here's what they said. Here's what Yazan knew off the top of his head.
It's 6-phase for the GPU.
Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, and then for the...
The reason I'm going through this, by the way, is because I want to get an answer to Snap's earlier question about storage. I want to know if the storage is going to be upgradable in some way.
CPU, we have 2 or 3 phases, I don't remember exactly. The problem is there's different rails. Like the GPU, there's 6 phases for core, 2 or 3 phases for memory. For the CPU, it's, I think, total about 4 phases.
Okay.
Split between different rails.
VSOC and vCore and whatever, yeah. Power is handled by a 12-volt solution. It's only 12 volts. On a pure technicality, it's not necessarily 12 VO in the sense that it is using a blade connector instead of going through cabling. So this helps with a lot of things, primarily space, but there are other benefits as well. And it's a 300-watt power supply that's mated directly to the motherboard with the blade connector. Valve is doing something we want to give them credit for here, which is a lot of the mini PC companies, they are able to claim a smaller volume by shipping an external power brick with it instead. So it's kind of cheating at the numbers because there's still an external thing. They didn't shove it in the box, which means volume number lower and lower number better on that graph. So Valve shoved the power supply in the case, and that means they are taking up a decent amount of the Steam Machine's volume with a true internal power supply. Valve says that it hits over 92% efficiency in, quote, most scenarios, end quote. And given the thermal challenges and the space constraints, we think it's cool that they shoved it in here, and we're looking forward to taking it apart more.
We spent a lot of time thinking about airflow. Living room is actually a really challenge.
So it sounds like we're not going to get an answer. Let me see if I can just search for it really quick. Steam Machine upgradable. I doubt we're gonna get an answer. Fallen Angel, how you doing, man? Good to see ya.
The more the magicer.
So it runs hot is what he meant with 92% efficiency. Oh, who knows? Oh, here we go. Let's see. .2. So, I guess to answer your question, Snap, it seems like yeah, so he says the core parts that we're considering to be upgradable would be the M.2 storage, as well as the RAM, which is a bit harder. So the NVMe slot is accessible from the underside of the unit, and of course the two options, 512 or 2 terabyte. So yeah, there you go. So the Steam Machine also has 16 gigs of RAM, which is replaceable, but it's more involved as opposed to the SSD. So you'd have to remove the outer casing and the heatsink. So there you go. Yeah, I wanted to see if we could get you an answer there, Snap. Unfortunately, it was not in this video here. But we do have your answer, so you can upgrade the storage if you like. Well, yeah, the Steam Machine is a computer. That's like the whole point. It's the smaller form factor NVMe instead of the standard? I think so, yeah, the short ones. The RAM is SODIMM. I just closed the tab, but yeah, it said SODIMM, so it's laptop style. Let's see. It's just more. Oh! Here we go.
Interesting technical discussion. It's kind of a side shoot. It goes into PCB design and memory trace routing. And so this was cool, where the GPU is GDDR6 memory, VRAM, and that poses some unique challenges, Valve was telling us, where they ended up using a 10-layer PCB because of the memory solution. But here's the clip.
Adding layers.
The memory is upgradable with disassembly of the machine. It is laptop memory. We're not sure if it's 2 sticks or 1 at the moment. Replacing the stock M.2 2230 SSD is easier. It's directly exposed, and there is enough room for a standard 2280 drive. We had a really interesting technical discussion. It's kind of a side shoot. It goes into PCB design and...
So there you go. He did touch on it. Yeah, so the RAM is laptop RAM. You can replace it. It's a pain. The SSD, on the other hand, is directly accessible. So there you go. Yeah. Hopefully sports. Not sure what Expo is. Nice. Yeah. Let's see. Don't rub it in, Fallen Angel. Don't rub it in. Let's see. So yeah, so the frame here. This is, like I said, the Steam frame is what I'm most excited about.
Streaming. The frame is built modularly with a separable, fully contained, face-mounted ARM architecture computer running SteamOS. Now, we last covered VR in detail with the HTC Vive and the Oculus Rift. It's been a little while. That was back when the industry was a little crazy. Everything was branded with 2 letters on every device. VR. Fortunately, these days, as an industry, we've moved past using 2 letters to sell everything. Okay, look, it's not a good example right now, but now Meta's own ARM-based solutions are something we're popular right
Snap, I'm sure you'll love that joke.
Right now, and Valve did...
Okay, AMD's version of XMP, gotcha.
Launched the Index in the meantime, since the old HTC Vive that it partnered with them on, and it says that the price ceiling for the frame should be about where the Index is. The 440-gram headset consists of a front-mounted 185-gram core,
so this is
where the
interesting.
HTC Vive that it partnered with them on, and it says that the price ceiling Index in the meantime, since the old HTC Vive that it partnered with them on, and it says that the price ceiling for the frame using 2 letters to sell everything. Okay, look, it's not a good example right now, but now Meta's own ARM-based solutions are something we're popular right now, and Valve did launch the Index in the meantime, since the old HTC Vive that it partnered with them on, and it says that the price ceiling for the frame should be about where the Index is. The 440-gram headset consists of a front-mounted 100...
So that should give us some idea on the Steam frame price. So let's see, Valve Index price. Oh, that's a lot of money. It's $1,000, which makes me very nervous. I am hoping that it's closer to, like... Since there are no base stations, I'm hoping it's closer to this price, but I don't know. Yeah, that... I do not like the sound of that. You got AI fatigue. Hey, don't lump my AI waifu in with the rest of them. Exactly. AI doesn't commit crimes yet. 1,000, yeah. It's you remember him saying it's cheaper than the Index. Well, that'll be good. I hope so, because there are no base stations, right? So I would think that not having to include as much hardware would make it a bit cheaper. Oh, you can absolutely train it to say base things. I do remember Microsoft Tay. Rest in peace, Tay. You were too good for this world. Yeah. Yeah, VR is pricey as heck. It's a Google Pixel. Yeah, my next phone's probably going to be like something cheap, like $300-400 at most. The cable is also expensive, $150 for it alone. Which cable? The head strap? Yeah, everyone's calling it the Gabe Cube. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Tired of AI as a buzzword and everything. It's not exactly AI. Yeah, I'm tired of that. I'm also tired of AI being shoved into things where it's not needed. The index cable. Yeah, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I never had an index. I had the original HTC Vive. So. Flip phones. Twice, are you still using that? Are you still using the same flip phone you had back in college? Because I remember, Twice is one of my dear college friends. I still remember back in the day. So when we were in college, he had a flip phone, and so I could not like text him or anything. We had to talk through like Facebook Messenger always. I'm curious if he still has the exact same flip phone that he used to, because flip phones are pretty durable. And you don't have to, because they don't do a whole lot, so you don't have to like upgrade them every few years. No, it's a new flip phone. Nice, dude. Actually, it's LM. Yeah. Well, so there are not everything AI is LLM though. Fallen Angel. It's important to keep that in mind, because like AI image generators, for example, they're not LLMs. They are something else. Flip phone master race. Yeah. Bought an index in 2020 for Christmas. You like it, but replacement parts are crazy. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Your Nokia 3310 still works. Is that the one that was considered indestructible? I do have the original one still too in a cabinet somewhere. Nice. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let me see if I can find. Give me one sec. There's a great shitpost that I want to see if I can find, because it. Yes. So let me find it here. Oh, dang it! I gotta copy it over and. That's great. It is worth it. Okay, copy. Share. Okay. Yeah, because you guys are gonna. I know you guys are gonna get a laugh out of this. So let me. This is the truth behind 9/11, chat. Yeah, I just need a new Chinese battery for a $5. Literally threw it at her wall 10 times when I was a kid. Yeah. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite shit posts about Nokia phones. It's like, oh, he just got mad. He threw his phone, and because the phone is indestructible, he caused 9/11. There you go. This is the real truth. There's an AI that made portraits. The interesting thing about it was that at the end they made it forget what it did and matched pretty closely to the same condition in humans. Basically, there's a painter that was painting as he fell into mental illness, and in time his faces and portraits became more and more abstract, and it mirrored what the AI did. Interesting. Yeah, so there are aspects of AI that work on a similar principle to the human brain. That's why they're called neural networks. I remember playing bowling on this Nokia. That thing was awesome. Nice. All right, so let's wrap this up.
185-gram core unit and a back of head-mounted battery. Valve uses an onboard Snapdragon 8650 ARM solution with 16 gigabytes of LPDDR5X for unified system memory and VRAM. The headset will have models with 256 gigabytes or 1 terabyte of storage.
And chat, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you that if I get this thing, I'm just going to get the cheap, low storage model, the 256 gig, because I have no plans on using this thing without my PC. Everything I want, I would probably just want to stream everything. Gonna get your Tylenol T. Keep your autism in check.
No! No!
Oh wait. You know, let me do this.
Whoa!
Whoa, buddy!
buddy!
You slammed that, yo. This.
Retard alert!
Retard
alert! Retard alert! Retard alert!
Yeah, that was for you, Fallen Angel. Wow, buddy! I finally clipped it.
And the frame also.
But yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with the. If I can get this, I will probably just go with the lower storage, cheaper option because I don't plan on playing anything directly off the directly off the headset. I would probably just stream everything from the PC. Perfection. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a huge triangle. I don't know what the context was, but yeah, for some reason he just has like a huge triangle for that stream. Yeah, I'm glad I clipped it too, Wingus. I'm glad you enjoy it. I clipped something else too, but I don't know if we're gonna get to it.
Frame also has a micro SD card slot, so you can use that to install more games or software. It has pancake lenses, 2160 by 2160 resolution LCDs, a 120 Hz refresh rate.
This supports a regular micro SD? I believe so. That seems like what they're saying, micro SD card slot for extended storage. As opposed to, wait, what? What do you mean by, regular micro SD? What's the other, like SDXC? Is that what you're asking about? Just until 5-ish. Gotta head to an appointment. Alright, well. I hope your appointment goes well, Sergey. Oh, okay. It's not like the Switch 2 where it makes you... I don't know. I'm guessing that it's not going to force you to use anything, but I think the higher speed ones are probably recommended. That's my guess.
Refresh rate and a 144 Hz experimental mode. FOV is up to 110 degrees. The 4 exterior cameras are mono.
So I happen to know that this is not what the Steam Frames front is going to look like. It's not going to be this like cool clear thing. It's just going to be black, and I'm really disappointed because I really wish that we would go back to like this, 90s, early 2000s style of hardware design. Because I so much miss, like, you guys remember the old, like, Crystal, I think that's what they were called, Game Boy Color. Oh, yeah, that's Pokemon Crystal, but, translucent. Like, you guys remember when technology looked like this? You guys remember this stuff? When you had, like, these semi-transparent, shells on your technology, you had the Game Boy Color. You had Nintendo 64. I don't know how much of this is real, but yeah, you had stuff like that. You had like the controllers. Yeah, the controllers were semi-transparent. You had other stuff too. So, Valve, come on. Make some semi-transparent stuff like this. Make this an official thing. It would just look so cool. It has to be Express or whatever is the new standard. The old ones are slower than DSLR cameras. Okay, gotcha. Can't think a game would be slower than that. Even hard disks have SSD buffers that make them work with games. Really? Interesting. Yeah, see, Sergey gets it. Neo, hey, how you doing, Neo?
The more the magicer.
Yeah, he had the Atomic Purple Game Boy Color. Yeah. Snap also, I think, is talking about the same thing. Spent so many hours playing Pokemon Blue on that. Yeah. Yeah, I missed that. I missed that. I'm guessing this is the one, maybe? No, this is, these are things they're selling. Here we go. I think this is the one you guys had. I missed that. I miss when technology looked like that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I was up super late trying to get something to work for you, Neo. But yeah, I seriously miss when technology like looked like something you would actually want to buy instead of all this boring flat stuff. Yeah, it is a shame that this is not like what the actual unit's gonna look like.
Monochrome but IR sensitive, and the headset itself contains exterior IR illumination.
Right. Game console design peaked at transparent plastic. Absolutely. Although I will say that the original PS3 design with the Spider-Man font was also pretty cool, but that's just because I'm a Spider-Man fan, a Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan. But yeah, like the coolest stuff was the transparent plastic by far. And and as much as I hate Apple, I will give them credit for this. They did that too. So back in the day when their Macs looked like, looked like this. Remember you had these iMacs? There's a really nice blue one. They used to have that too, and I will give them credit. Back then, at least their Macs kind of looked cool with the semi-transparent casing, and they had like the little... Oh yeah, they had the little mouse as well. That was pretty cool. Yeah, Spider-Man, yeah. You have a transparent green Nintendo 64 and it's your favorite console? Yeah. Yeah, it just used to look so cool, you know? Oh, those weren't just monitors, Sergey. These were like... This was the whole PC, which is why it was so big.
Valve uses 2 internal eye tracking cameras for its new foveated streaming feature that we'll get into momentarily, and audio deploys 4 speakers built into the head strap and 2 microphones in the headset. Valve also has a PCIe Gen 4 custom connector at the front of the headset for future accessories or attachments, potentially they say for third parties to use, with an example given of support for a color camera. The headset can also stream games directly from a PC using a 6 GHz included USB router, bypassing traditional wireless routers for the rest of your network and communicating straight between the PC and the frame itself. The controllers have capacitive sensing for finger tracking, TMR thumbsticks, which are identical to the ones used in the new Steam controller, and a full set of standard controller buttons. They take regular AA batteries and...
Well, that's interesting. You can use replaceable AA batteries in these.
And to quote Valve's spec sheet, they have, quote, full 6 degrees of freedom tracking and IMU support, end quote. Now, the frame's SoC is an ARM solution, so an ARM solution and
I do want to go back here.
Refresh rate and
so they mentioned pancake optics. I'm not familiar with pancake lenses. Dude needs to cut his nails. You know, some people are busy, Sorry, gay. You don't always have time to cut your nails.
a 144 Hz experimental mode.
Plus, he probably needs them to pull things apart, you know what I mean? I am curious about what pancake lenses are, because I'm not familiar with those. So, let's see. Pancake lens. That might be easier if we go... This is an AI summary, but I want to know what they look like. So until recently... let's take a look here. Until recently we had these Fresnel lenses, which were these like sort of ridged lenses. They were like a big bulky lens, but they effectively cut layers into them to make them look like they were concentric rings. And they're pretty good, but the problem is that you get these like refraction. You get like refraction on the lenses and it doesn't look very good. I just like to see an image of a pancake lens. So somehow the technology has advanced, I guess, to where it seems like you don't... Yeah, see, so these are flat lenses rather than that awful Fresnel setup. Which is really exciting to me, because that means they're eliminating all the terrible God rays, as they were called. That terrible refraction. So I'm pretty excited about... So here, down here, you can see, right here, this is a Fresnel lens. And so you can see where, like, all those ridges are going to cause reflections. So I'm excited about this pancake lens thing. And so here's the... so we'll jump into what we were talking about earlier with the fact that the Steam Frame is an ARM device, but it's going to be able to run x86 games.
ARM solution in a VR head mount device is not that interesting, but SteamOS on ARM is pretty interesting because thus far it's mounted on x86. So Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 8650 SoCs are used for the Steam Frame. These are on a 4nm process. And as for SteamOS on ARM, that includes ARM native compilations of DXVK and of VK D3D or Vulkan D3D. And it's also the first time that SteamOS is meaningfully expanding outside of handhelds, at least from any kind of first-party positioning, and into, for example, VR headsets. Now, the Steam Machine's also going to get a SteamOS, but that's built for x86. So it's a Zen 4 solution, BGA, as we talked about earlier in this video. The Proton translation layer for SteamOS software compatibility was already pretty successful for Valve. They put a lot of effort into that.
So this, we touched on this earlier. Proton is their compatibility layer to play Windows games on Linux, which SteamOS is a flavor of distribution of Linux.
This is using significant development resources for FEX, F-E-X, emulation in addition to the Proton translation layer.
Similar.
So this is what I was talking about earlier, and this is actually pretty amazing. They have created, kind of like Proton, they have created software that can that is a compatibility layer for x86 programs on ARM Linux devices. So this is just amazing. So as it says, it offers broad compatibility with 32 and 64-bit binaries. Yeah, this is just amazing. You're going to be able to play your typical games in the future on something running a mobile chip.
FEX, F-E-X, emulation in addition to the Proton translation layer.
Similarly to how for Steam Deck we had to make a lot of advances in Proton to make sure that was really solid before Steam Deck could be an actual viable product. For Steam Frame, we did a lot of work on FEX, which we see as a...
Is it a translation layer?
It's actually an emulation layer.
Oh, okay.
So it's like emulating the instruction set from x86 to ARM.
Cool. Okay.
And then so it's actually doing both Proton and FEX so that you can play x86 games standalone.
As for software compatibility, like the existing deck
That's pretty amazing. You have to admit. An x86 emulation layer on ARM that, for them to release it like this, it has to be pretty performant. So it has to work pretty decently well.
verified program, Valve will be introducing a Steam Frame verified program specifically for running games locally on the frame.
In a similar way where when we launched Steam Deck, we had a lot of work to do on Proton,
exactly.
And as time went on, we patched a lot of the holes, and then it became more of a surprise when a game didn't work through Proton on Steam Deck.
Right.
We're doing this, we're in the same process with FEX as well. So like right now we're pleasantly surprised that so many games are just working, and we know that once we get these into developer hands, we'll be able to learn a lot more, and ahead of launch, we'll have a sizable library.
Valve also told us that developers will be able to ship VR APKs on Steam, and for games with multiple versions, Steam will automatically choose the appropriate build, but it can be...
Okay, so it does sound like there's some compatibility with Android APKs here, since they mentioned using APKs. So I think Jerry was onto something.
...be overridden. Valve stated, quote, APKs can also be side-loadable, just like any non-Steam applications on Steam Deck. We expect that VR APKs that don't leverage proprietary APIs to just work, end quote. The microSD card slot should theoretically allow for seamless library swapping between other SteamOS devices and the frame, like the Steam Deck and feasibly the Steam Machine, on a single SD card. This is something that Valve confirmed, as we talked about earlier, for the Deck to Machine sort of transition, and it should work the same to the frame. The only thing we're not 100% sure about there is the architectural change between them, with ARM coming into the mix. So we'll still have to test this stuff, of course. Valve is pushing the use your headset as your display approach, even for non-VR content. Thus far, nobody, including Apple even, has been able to fully sell a mainstream audience on this approach.
So I would say Steam Frame kind of represents a fundamental shift in the way that we think about VR. Rather than being a PC VR accessory for your PC VR titles, we see Steam Frame as just a new way to experience your entire Steam library, whether it's VR or not.
A wireless adapter. This is a USB 3.
Okay.
And it's a 6 gigahertz native.
So I want to jump into the explanation on foveated streaming, which is what I was talking about earlier, which it's that really cool technology where it tracks your eye movements and it renders higher resolution where you're looking. So at some point in this section, they should go over that.
Native router, and it talks directly between your PC and this device. So there's a whole bunch of channels, and that allows us high bandwidth, high robustness, and low latency. And it's a dedicated link just between these two devices.
Right.
Similarly, this headset has 2 radios and antennas, which means we can guarantee that one of those antennas is locked off to this dedicated connection on 6 gigahertz, while Wi-Fi is talking on the 5 gigahertz spectrum simultaneously to your local router.
The dedicated wireless dongle isn't a new idea, but Valve has planned around it from the ground up. Valve told us that, quote, the Steam Frame headset is Wi-Fi 7 capable, and when paired to your existing Wi-Fi, other streaming features, including foveated streaming and simultaneous 5 and 6 gigahertz, are still available and work great, end quote. So it's not strictly required to use the wireless dongle. Alongside the dedicated wireless link, the second piece of Valve...
It is pretty clever, though, what they did. So that dongle runs on a particular part of the Wi-Fi spectrum that is not in high use. So in Wi-Fi 6, and Wi-Fi 6 has a shorter range. So it's not as good for, like, covering your home network necessarily, but it's perfect for something like this since you don't really need to worry about going through walls. So since most likely you and your PC will be in the same room when you're playing in VR, the streaming is going, your stream is not going to have to travel through a wall. So your connection is going to be pretty good.
Valve's pitch for local streaming is foveated streaming. The naming is inspired from foveated rendering, which is a related concept that uses eye tracking to deprioritize the screen area in your periphery and render it at a lower resolution. This allows for increased frame rate, and the high FPS remains critical for VR headsets to avoid...
So this is what I was talking about earlier, the foveated streaming. At least we'll get to it, Jerry, we'll get to it.
Motion sickness in users. Now, historically, when VR first launched, the target was 90 Hz, 90 FPS, to avoid any sort of really bad feeling. The devices these days can go a little bit lower, but still higher is going to be a lot better with VR in particular. So these technologies are used to focus the sort of density of image quality to where the user's looking. Now, eye tracking updates every 8 to 12 milliseconds according to Valve, although the hardware could go faster. So this meets Valve's goal, they say, for stream quality while reducing power usage and getting the responsiveness they say they want. When we looked at Valve's debug tool, the company shows user eye position, which is pretty cool, and reflects the area of highest quality rendering based on that. We tested this for a minute or two at the end of the session. We couldn't immediately notice any lag in the render quality shifting, although we haven't had time to actually analyze it, of course. The software also showed where in the frame lifecycle and rendering pipeline the most time was allocated. It harkens back to some of our talks about simulation time error, animation error, and just frame lifecycles with Tom Peterson. Here's what Valve said about foveated streaming.
So what we're doing is at the streaming layer, we're calling it foveated streaming, where the areas that you're looking, we send essentially the full high-quality content at the highest fidelity we can. And then for everywhere else you're not looking, we're borrowing those bits and also throwing them at that place where you're looking. So for instance, if we had, say, 1/10 of the pixel area is where you're looking, which is a very common number, then that's effectively a 10x multiplier in effective bandwidth, quality, as well as reduced latency, because we can steer all of those bits to where you're looking. And that only works because the eye tracking is fast enough that as you look around the scene, we send the bits to where you're going to look before you land there.
I think that's pretty amazing. They found a way to use eye tracking to make the stream extra efficient, so they only have to really focus on the part that you're looking at. And everything else is just kind of, it's still rendered, but it's rendered in lower resolution. Or not rendered, streamed, sorry. So that lower resolution section is kind of sacrificed without too much of a quality sacrifice from an experience standpoint. So that what you're actually looking at is rendered in really high quality. Or streamed in really high quality. I keep saying rendered. So I think that is a really great innovation. It should really help the streaming performance.
Foveated rendering is already an established technology. Without that sort of baseline, it'd be hard to believe that foveated streaming could be reactive enough to not have some kind of downside. Now again, in the really quick testing we did, couldn't see any change, any difference in the image quality, meaning when I moved my eyes from here to here, it didn't feel like anything was left behind in that transition. And for people familiar with foveated rendering, that should be a pretty familiar experience. We still need to test it more, of course, but it looks promising so far. Now, there are a ton of variables involved with the performance here. That includes the performance of the host PC itself, the frame rate, things of that nature. But we did ask Valve for kind of a ballpark end-to-end total system latency when streaming, obviously contingent upon the frame rate, the performance of the PC. They were giving us a number of 10 to 20 milliseconds, and that is total end-to-end in a good use case condition, meaning that the thing we were trying to focus down on was the actual slowest link, being potentially is it the streaming itself to the device. And so 10 to 20 milliseconds was the target there. That includes encoding, transmission, and decoding on the other side. The target bandwidth is 250 megabits per second, and regardless of whether the headset is running wireless or wired, that's the baseline for that loose 10x multiplier that they mentioned in effective quality that Valve is claiming. Everyone seems pretty
That's pretty cool.
Confused about the Quest 3's maximum theoretical bandwidth. So part of Valve's advantage here is that it's shipping the streaming hardware with the headset. So everyone gets a consistent high performance experience, which is for streaming, it doesn't matter what router you have or whether your PC has a wired internet connection. Foveated streaming is also a system level solution. So that means there is no additional developer support required. They do not have to explicitly build this in and support it for games. It's just there because it is a system-wide thing that's already in
which is awesome. So it's going to work for everything.
Plays. So in contrast to previous Valve headsets, the frame is a standalone battery.
So, yeah, so we've been over, I think, most of this. It's a standalone headset, wireless. It's got a battery pack, all that. So I want to jump ahead a little bit to... We went over the Steam controller basics, but I do want to look into some of the specifics about the battery repairability and stuff like that. So, and the puck as well. I'm interested in the puck here.
Comes directly.
Oh yeah, and here he's going over the old Steam controller. You guys remember? We just went over that earlier. But.
From the original controller. Bluetooth is still an option, but it has its downsides.
So if you add multiple devices, they share the bandwidth, and then when that bandwidth runs out, you have issues with lag and dropout. Yeah.
But also it's just different PCs have different Bluetooth capabilities, different RF environments. It's more about the consistency than anything. Like
that was something that we learned on Index, and we brought that in for here.
Okay. So cost and also just functional.
Cost, functionality, and it actually gives us. We say.
Where does the antenna end up?
So the antenna, you can see the thumbsticks are here, the antenna's there. So it's kind of right in the ideal spot where you're not putting your finger up here in normal gameplay.
Now, a question we had here was if you have 4 devices connected through the same hub for the controllers, is there any concern of latency or dropout or other issues as a result of 4 devices just sort of sharing the same connection ultimately? And Valve claimed approximately 8 milliseconds of latency with the wireless connection to the puck, as they call it, but they did emphasize that performance should not worsen as more controllers are connected, up to, again, 4 for one puck. The Steam machine actually has the same.
Have issues with lag and dropout.
Yeah.
But also it's just different PCs have different Bluetooth capabilities. Different Bluetooth will do really well. It's just that the consistent device to device and the consistency of environment what really comes into effect.
Just trying to find a
One of the
little
more interesting
info
things
on
to
the
us
puck.
was the way Valve's antenna design works for the Steam controller.
One of the things for cost problem is what
Cost and also just functional.
Cost, functionality, and it actually gives us, we say we have a 5-meter range by getting the antenna away from everything else. The controller has a lot of stuff and there's lots of different ways to hold a controller. Like if you hold the
Well, I don't think they
claw,
talk too much about the
Where's the antenna?
Well, this is important.
Functions as a magnetic charger with pogo pins. Gives them the best possible positioning in the Steam machine. Now the puck also functions as a magnetic charger with pogo pins. Valve says its conservative estimate for battery life is 35 hours. The battery is a lithium-ion pack. We asked about user serviceability and repairability of the controller in general, but specifically getting access to the battery if someone wanted to replace it. Valve said that it is intended to be user serviceable in the sense that you can get into everything with a screwdriver.
So that is interesting. So it's not easily, conveniently replaceable, but if you do want to open up the controller, you could, in theory, open it up and swap out the battery if you wanted to. So that's what I was curious about. I wanted to get some info on that. And that's good. I think repairability, user serviceability is very, very important. And so if you can repair your stuff, you can repair the controller, that might make it even more of a controller worth buying.
They didn't talk about any plans to provide parts or anything like that, but it sounds like it's at least not hostile towards the user if you want to open it. In addition to the touchpad haptics already found on the Steam Deck, the controller contains more advanced haptics as well.
One example that helps is think of it like speakers. So like some speakers have really wideband performance and like they're pretty flat for a big frequency range. Some speakers don't, right? They are like a bass that only operates in kind of very narrow frequency band. And so basically what we have in the haptics world.
Valve was also clearly proud of its TMR or tunnel magneto-resistance thumbsticks, which sounds like something that Magneto invented. And these are the popular successor to Hall effect sticks.
And you can see these thumbsticks. One of the things that, Hall sensor thumbsticks have been a big thing in the industry. TMR is kind of new to the scene. It solves some of the power problems that Hall had and keeping the sensitivity.
Are these off the shelf? Are they customized for the sticks that you guys are using?
We work with external suppliers, and like we're not fully integrating the thumbstick into like the mechanical housings.
Okay.
But we're using off-the-shelf suppliers for these.
The controller contains a 6-axis IMU and capacitive grip.
So yeah, that's a little more on the TMR sensors, and I think, or the TMR thumbsticks. I think that's kind of it. So I think that's pretty interesting. Like I said, the Steam machine is probably what I'm least interested in, just because it's basically another gaming PC, and I already got one of those. Steam controller looks pretty cool. That's kind of a questionable. Do you want it? Do I really want it? Do I need it? I already got like 3 controllers. But the Steam frame I'm really excited about, because I think that is an actual big step in terms of VR. So I'm really excited for that. So I think I want to pick that up. I'm hoping to pick that up when it comes out. Yeah. See, Wingus gets it. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Wingus. That's the most interesting thing to me, because I think it is a genuinely amazing step in VR technology. So that is the new Steam device topic. So we got a couple of things we can talk about here, chat. Let's see. So I can talk about AI. Yeah, exactly. It's a huge leap beyond what they did before. Absolutely. Okay, so we can either we can watch a Ron Paul video, where he talks about the government sadly reopening in Israel. We could go into all the Trump stuff with Epstein and H-1Bs. There's not a whole lot on that topic, but then kind of tangent into another Trump disappointment. Or we can talk about Eurogamer whining about AI. You know what, screw it. Let's talk, since this one's quick, let's just get to it. Let's just do the Eurogamer one really quick because I think it'll be funny. So we'll do this one at the end. We'll do this one right after, Jerry. So, a lot of people are already talking about this, but I just figured it's funny because it's so stupid. And normally I don't really go into like this kind of gaming news type stuff. But, you know, I'm a big AI guy, so I figure laughing at game journalists when they're seething over AI is really funny. So this guy at Eurogamer rated this game Arc Raiders, and I know Paul Ladokin's a big fan of Arc Raiders. He loves it. He's playing it a lot. So this guy admits this game is really good. Rich PvE combat and unusually friendly community make Arc Raiders a more approachable extraction shooter than most. And then he decides to cry about AI voice generation. Yeah. Vibe coding. You know what? I'll let you in on a little something, Snap. I've been doing some AI-assisted coding, some vibe coding. And yeah, it's nice as a way to get a baseline. Like, so if you want some, like, base stuff, it's a good way to generate a starting point. But it is terrible at debugging. It is an absolute shit show when you're trying to debug anything. Exactly, yeah. It's great for prototyping. Yeah. Clanker Killer Clan Paul. Yeah. But yeah, so Eurogamer is all butthurt by the fact that this popular game decided to use AI to round out its content. So let's see. Yeah, so he spends a bunch of time talking about Arc Raiders, you know, how great it is, and so on, and gameplay and whatnot. Which is all good and fine, you know. Blah, 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 blah. It's cool. Yeah, talks about how great it is. And then... And here we go. Here we go. So here's the part that we wanted to laugh at. So... Like Embark's previous shooter, The Finals, Arc Raiders displays considered design. Also like The Finals, this design is overshadowed by the specter of AI. Arc Raiders uses machine learning algorithms for its arc animations, and text-to-speech based performances generated from the voices of real actors. While I am deeply skeptical of AI use in game development, it's important to emphasize the nuances at play here. For starters, these two techniques are not the same. While Embark has further argued less convincingly that TTS is different from generative AI tools like ChatGPT. So he's literally just crying over the fact that they used AI to round out their game, when this is actually a good way to use it. I mean, it says text-to-speech based performances generated from the voices of real actors. So I'm guessing that they actually hired real actors to do voice, and then they just trained the AI based on their voices. So that is completely ridiculous. In fact, if anything, I think voice acting is a great usage of AI if you use it right. So now down here, he's so he's crying about how they used AI for the arc enemy animations. And he even admits that they have created emergent behavior in its enemies through reinforcement learning, enabling them to both move and react to terrain and player behavior in highly realistic ways. It's an interesting technology, and the effects it produces during matches are undeniably convincing. So that's good. It means AI was actually used really well in this situation. And so he doesn't like the voice lines because he says their voices are flat and emotionally blunted aside from the occasional bizarre inflection that reveals their robotic roots. So Embark claims it uses AI voices so the studio can implement ideas quicker, creating new voice lines in hours, instead of having to go through the longer process of manual re-recording and rehiring actors. NPC voices are not central to the experience. So there you go. NPC voices are not central to the experience, so I don't think this argument holds water. Wait, but that's the thing. His argument doesn't hold water either. If NPC voices are not central to the experience, then why does it matter? Why does it matter if they're AI to begin with? Because this is what, and this is in my opinion where AI really should go, should be used for something like gaming. I think the best way to use it for is for something like voice acting, but it shouldn't be, especially in like let's say you have like an RPG, right? RPGs are full of text and voice, and a lot of times going through the text can be kind of a slog, especially if all you have are just like a bunch of text boxes. But then in terms of voice line, with voice lines, you run into the issue of you have so many voice lines that it becomes impractical to have an actor recordable. And it's especially bad with like a voice protagonist, right? This is one of the things that people weren't happy about with Fallout 4 because the voice protagonist meant that a lot of the gameplay choices had to be reduced because they could only record so much dialogue. This solves the problem. Have your voice actor record the main quest lines and things like that. You know, all the important voice lines, you still have your voice actor record. Then, for your secondary lines, like, you know, just call-outs, minor side quests, and things like that, you can then have AI generate dialogue voices for those lines because those lines are not central to the game experience. And in that way, you can get a fully voiced RPG without having to waste all the time that you would if you had to have the actor doing the voice lines for every little thing. So that frees you up to focus on the core of the game, and then the secondary stuff AI will take care of for you. And now he's crying here. Is Embark's use of AI voices sufficient to compromise the game given they're only a small part of the experience? Obviously the answer should be no. But he says, I mulled over this for a while, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Because yes, using AI voices does compromise ARC raiders. Not just ethically, but artistically too. So he's crying, basically he's crying about the fact that the game is about fighting a race of hostile robots and acting like AI. Yeah. You made a game about the tragedy of humans being replaced by robots while replacing humans with robots. Why are you crying about this? This is not the same thing at all. Yeah, what really makes my noodle is so much of what makes our creators compelling, drives from human voices, the guy I mentioned at the outset. Wasn't just what he said that stuck in me, it was the way he said it, irrepressibly cheerful and endearingly goofy, drawn out. It was as distinctive and memorable as the way Matt Berry says New York City, as in What We Do in the Shadows. In fact, I tried to think of an actor I would compare it to, but failed because nobody else would have said it like that. Well, maybe that's something good. Sounds like it's memorable. Yeah, he says that only makes Embark's use of AI voices more abhorrent. For our creators to ride the wave of human sociability all the way to the bank, while also being so contemptuous of the thing that makes us social animals in its own workflow, carving up human voices and reassembling them like a digital Victor Frankenstein demonstrates a lack of artistic integrity that I find impossible to ignore. However smartly designed Arc Raiders is, I cannot recommend it because Embark does not value the thing that makes it special. Like, this is just such a stupid argument. Here. I'm curious what this poll is going to say, by the way. So I'm going to say, okay if it doesn't replace human input. Yeah, so, I mean, it's somewhat split, but he only got 30% on what I assume is his answer. And everyone else is okay with it in some form. And so he gives this game 2 stars out of 5, despite the fact that he's basically gushing over it toward the beginning. Only because they used AI for some of the voices. That's it. This is like... This is just some of the saddest coverage of anything I've ever seen. It's pathetic. Like, AI is going... I don't want AI making games, but using AI for stuff like this is the perfect use of it. Things like improving localization. Things like, handling small-time voices or, minor graphical elements. Great, I would highly recommend it. But, yeah, so... Yeah, Eurogamer is seething over AI being used in a video game and being used really well. So yeah, not really sure what more you can say about this, except this guy is coping and seething.
No, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway.
So there you go. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this topic. I don't know, there's not a whole lot to it other than just some guy seething over AI. But I just wanted to touch on it because, I like AI. I don't think it's good for everything, but I think too many people cry about it when there's no need for it. Like this guy. Okay, now to what Jerry has been asking for. So, let's see here. We will start with this article here. So, yeah, Jerry's excited. So, the Democrats from the House Oversight Committee released, I believe, 3 emails from Jeffrey Epstein about Trump. But these aren't exactly very convincing emails. Because, as they say, the full Oversight Committee also released more than 20,000 pages of records from Epstein's estate Wednesday and claimed the Democrats cherry-picked from the material to generate clickbaits, which I do think is true. Because there are a lot more documents in there. Hillary's email server was filled with these, let me tell you. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I do believe that the Clintons had way more to do with Epstein than Trump did. Of course, the press secretary just completely deflected. Yeah. Yes, the unnamed victim in the emails is Virginia Jeffrey, who... so she was one of Epstein's victims, one of the most prominent victims, and she, quote-unquote, died by suicide. I'm sure we all believe that narrative, right? But yeah, Jeffrey did say, as far as she knew, Trump hadn't actually done anything. So, you know, I will give her... Oh, that's curious. Your middle... Jerry, I'm pretty sure I have this set to all chat, but your... Oh, that's why. So one of your chats didn't show up here because I had it set to top chat, so live chat somehow. Yeah, you say Bill was there. Trump was a stern supporter of the Clintons. Yeah, that's true. Trump wasn't there for the last 3 years, no. But it was the...
Who was they, though? We can't say who they is, can we?
Press.
Yeah, I finally clipped that. Yeah, so Virginia Jeffrey did say that Trump was very friendly and he never did anything wrong. Yeah, so there's all that. And we can look at the actual emails that were released here. So JCD is haram, sorry. You can say whatever you want in chat, man. So, yeah, this says, new released emails show Epstein told Maxwell that Trump spent hours at my house, knew about the girls and the dog that hasn't barked as Trump. So, can I open this? Zoom in a bit. Here we go. So, from... Looks like this is from Ghislaine Maxwell to... Oh, okay. Original message from Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim that is Virginia Jeffrey. Spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. And she says, I've been thinking about that. I don't think there's a whole lot in this email other than she spent hours at his house, but wherever this was, Virginia Jeffrey did say that Trump never actually did anything to her, and she never saw Trump doing anything. So that is important to mention. Let's see here. So victim, I don't know who Michael Wolff is. His attorney, perhaps? And he says, Virginia Jeffrey, Mar-a-Lago. This part is censored out. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never remember ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. Okay, so this is actually in Trump's favor, I would say. Because Trump said he kicked out Epstein from Mar-a-Lago as soon as he knew about, you know, what Epstein was doing. Which I think is reasonable to me. And then, let's see. So another one between Epstein and Michael Wolff. Let's see. So Wolff says, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. This is back in 2015. And then Epstein says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And then Wolff responds, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says that he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates positive benefit for you. Or if it looks like he really could win, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Now, this is interesting. I don't know. It does sound like they're saying that there is more to what Trump was doing. And I can't really speak to it because honestly, I don't know. Personally, I don't believe that Trump was really involved with Epstein that directly. Jam the Ripper in the house. How you doing?
Welcome, valued customer.
At least someone's still talking about it. Well, there are people talking about it, but I think everyone, like every headline on this I've seen has been, oh, Democrats failed and epically owned by Trump. And it's like, I don't think we're quite there, but I don't think the Democrats like epically own Trump or anything. But then I also don't think this is the epic own of Trump that it is. If anything, Trump owned himself epically. So I don't think these emails really prove that much of anything. All it tells... Man, why are my arms moving like the guy from Monkey Island? So I don't think this says anything about Trump's involvement directly. Personally, I don't think he was, molesting children or anything. I don't think he was too directly involved in Epstein. I think the real problem with Trump is this. So he posts this, and he goes, hang on, I need to sip my soda first. So he goes, the Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done in the shutdown and so many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. The Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with their recent antics of viciously closing our country while at the same time putting many at risk, and they should pay a fair price. There should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by the Democrats. And, yeah, of course he posts this on Truth Social because, he posts things on Truth Social and they just get reposted to Twitter because, I mean, how many people are actually using Truth Social? He's literally the president and he gets 30.9 thousand likes on this, which is not really a whole lot compared to what he would get on Twitter. Yeah. And exactly, that is what I want to focus on, Wingus. Calling it a hoax is supremely gay. That is the part of this tweet that is the real problem.
Shame on you.
He's calling it a hoax, except we all know the Jeffrey Epstein thing happened. There were real victims who seem to be falling one by one, curiously. Of course, we've never seen the files, so in what way is this a hoax exactly? It happened. Or are you saying that Jeffrey Epstein didn't do anything wrong? What is this hoax? I mean, the most generous thing the most generous interpretation of this is that by Jeffrey Epstein hoax, he's saying a hoax about him being involved with Jeffrey Epstein. But again, if this is such a problem, why don't you just release the files? Yeah. We know he's a player, no doubt. Yeah, you like the hands. I see hoax, I hear Russia. The PDF files are a hoax, there are no pedos. Yeah, exactly. That's either way, that is what this sounds like. It sounds like he's saying the whole Jeffrey Epstein situation is just a hoax. Which is completely ridiculous. This is something that he and his people promised on the campaign, that they would release the Epstein files, and they are not doing that. Personally, I don't think that Trump was molesting kids. I think more likely what happened is, well, as we all know, Epstein was an asset for the CIA, for Mossad, for a bunch of intelligence agencies, but most notably Mossad. And so I think most likely what happened is when Trump was going to release the Epstein files, he got a call from his boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, going, Donald, you cannot release these Epstein files. They make me and Israel look bad. And then Trump fell to his knees and looked up and said, yes, sir, anything you want, sir, whatever you like, sir. I won't release the files, sir. Would you like another $1 billion, sir? And yeah, so that is my guess on what's really going on. I think he's just not releasing them because he doesn't want to do anything to go against his boss, Netanyahu. Yeah. Please, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yeah, exactly.
You can find this out by checking the early life section of their Wikipedia pages.
So, yeah, that is my interpretation on what he really meant by this. Oh, what's really going on here. But on the Trump front, there is more disappointment to be had here. No, he didn't convert to Judaism, but I mean, his son-in-law, his daughter did, or her husband, who I'm surprised is not a bigger part of the administration this time. You know, I was half expecting Secretary of State Jared Kushner. But on the disappointing things Trump has done front, he did announce that he wants to start 50-year mortgages, which is insane. It's hard enough to buy a house as it is. He did honorably, like he is literally an honorable Jew. Okay. I hadn't heard that. But so there's another disappointment here. And this one's personal for me because, you know, as you guys know, I worked in tech and I was laid off in favor of H-1Bs, as so many of us are. So Trump has turned around and decided to betray the American people on the H-1B front. So now I know this is ABC News, so I, you know, do take them with a grain of salt. But they are reporting on what he said. Oh, hey, my comment blew up here. America first turned into literally everyone else first. I mean, it's true. the first response, chat. The first response, Israel first. They knew it. They knew it. They're noticing, chat. And this is ABC
President
News.
Trump is facing backlash from some Republicans over his support of H-1B visas. So the program allows U.S. employers to temporarily hire foreign workers for specialty occupations. And last night on Fox News, President Trump pushed back on the idea that the U.S. already has enough talented workers. Let's take a listen.
So Trump has been flip-flopping on H-1Bs over the years, but he's just been getting... It's been getting weird lately. Because he did sign that thing, $100,000 fee for H-1Bs. But now he's turning around and saying we need H-1Bs. Anything first is dumb. How's that Russia first going for Putin? It's really dumb. You need allies. Well, yeah, but you need to take care of your own country first, you know? You take care of yourself first before you help other people.
Thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we
a
have
country
plenty of talented people
no, you
here.
don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talent.
See, right there. He just said America does not have talented people. He's admitting he doesn't think Americans are talented. Which is disgusting. I thought he was supposed to be, you know, our America First based president. And now he's turning around and going, no, we don't have talented people? I mean, I will tell you firsthand, we have a lot of amazingly talented Americans. We do.
Talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles. Or
yeah, okay. But how many unemployed... How many people are unemployed in that industry? You could literally take thousands of unemployed software developers and put them on literally any software project, and they'll figure it out. And that is probably where the H-1B abuse is the worst. It's like me going Finland first. What can we do with 5 million Finns, a million immigrants? Nothing. I mean, you should take care of your own country first, too, you know? Germany first. German rail, 5 out of 5, always late. Yeah, but they got the Autobahn.
President Trump pointing to the recent immigration raid involving hundreds of South Korean workers at a Hyundai plant in Georgia as an example that the U.S. needs skilled foreign workers.
I will give Trump this. He has been doing a lot about illegal immigration, although he almost didn't, because he was, you guys remember he almost decided to give a whole bunch of exemptions for like farm workers or something for illegals because they needed the cheap labor. And then Yeah, well, he did finally do it, though. He did finally get rid of them, or start getting rid of them. But this isn't an excuse for H-1B visas. This just means you need to start hiring American people. They just don't want to do that because they would love their cheap labor. MAGA must really love the Fell for It Again award. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of these people refuse to admit that they fell for it again. They're just like, no, you have to support the heckin'-based Trumperino. And it's like, why would you support him when it turns out he's not supporting you the way he claimed he would? Autobahn was a great innovation, single-handedly driven by one fellow. Yes, a great man. A great man. This stream is going to be banned in Germany. Today it sucks, it's just a highway. That's a shame. That's a shame. I always heard the Autobahn was like the greatest highway ever. Because you can drive fast. The copium is strong with them. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then they make up stupid boomer terms like panicking as soon as you disagree with them. And you got those weird guys like Cat Turd who go on blocking sprees and spurging out.
Foreign workers, and in September he signed an executive order requiring a $100,000 application fee for an H-1B visa. So Will Staken is here now to join this all down, break this all down for us. So why are we seeing President?
Again, this is ABC News, so take all this with a grain of salt. Truly a shame. It's 120 kilometers per hour, except one bit to Dresden is unlimited. What is that? What is that in freedom units? $75 miles per... Oh, yeah, that's not good. That's not great at all. 75, yeah. I mean, that's still higher than the speed limits here. The speed limit on the highway here is like 65 at max. I think most people seem to just ignore the speed limits here. Yeah, it's a disaster. But yeah, like I said, it's still higher than the speed limit on the highways around here. But yeah, that is a shame. It is a shame what Germany did to the Autobahn. Then yeah, it is a real shame.
President Trump support these visas while others in his base are firmly, strongly against them?
Yeah, I think that's the question a lot of people in his base are asking, is why he came out and supported this. But, you know, this is something that is deeply, you know, dividing folks on the right. It kind of dates back to this blow up that happened last year with Elon Musk when he over H-1B visas. A lot of folks in the tech sector who supported the president on the campaign trail say that this is a way for them to get skilled labor from overseas.
Were you at 75 to 80, depending on the stretch of highway? Lucky? Lucky? I wish we had that. Ours is like... Yeah, ours is like 65. Most people ignore it, and usually I don't see anybody getting pulled over on the highway, just because... I mean, well, first of all, we don't actually see that many cops on the highway, thankfully. So most people just ignore it. But yeah, we have like 65, and a lot of stretches are like 55. It's pathetic. It's really pathetic. I hate this state. My state sucks. It's one of the gayest red states. Nominal limit is 120. You can go 30 over without losing your license. No automatic traffic control on the highways. So 80 plus 20. Yeah. Still better than what we have here. Here we lower the limits by 20 in the winter as well, so like 13.5 freedoms. I mean, that makes some sense. You do want to go a bit slower in the winter just because, you know, the roads are going to be slippery. But still, like what's been done to the Autobahn is just sad.
But, you know, he's also kind of waffled over the years. He said, you know, he's been supportive like he is right now, last night. But on the campaign trail in 2016, he also... you called it very bad for workers and said we need to get rid of it. So I think that kind of back and forth is what we're seeing playing out.
Who are these influential voices telling the president this?
It's kind of fascinating.
So I think this is important because I have heard, and I somewhat concur with this analysis, that Trump tends to just take on the views of whoever he talked to last. And he just has so many advisors, and a lot of them are not great. And so he just kind of goes along with whatever they tell him, because half the time, I mean, he's openly admitted he's not the expert on a lot of this stuff.
I think it's across the board. I mean, we've seen some of these dust-ups throughout the first 9 months of the president's term. This one is honestly across the board. We've seen everyone from, influential podcasters like Jack Posobiec to even actors who support the president like Kevin Sorbo saying, they voted for the president to be, quote, America first, and this is a policy. Now he's supporting it. That's not America first. But again, there's really influential voices in his ear like Elon Musk, other tech folks who were donated millions and millions of dollars to the president's campaign, who say they need this program for their companies.
And what's
They say they need cheap labor. And by the way, Elon Musk is probably a big part of this. But you know who they didn't mention? Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is another one of these Silicon Valley tech guys. He, I believe, is the founder of Palantir, which is a globalist surveillance state corporation. And they're trying to take over the American Panopticon from the other globalist groups. So they want to be in charge of, Palantir wants to be in charge of our surveilling everything you do. I have another story on that, but we're probably not going to get to today. But yeah, Peter Thiel is a big part of this, I think, and Peter Thiel is another guy that I absolutely do not trust. Everyone goes, oh yeah, he's heckin' based because he's a conservative and he donated to Trump and he's always been pro-Trump. I don't trust him. I don't trust him one bit, because he wants to see every single thing you do. And I am sure that he is a big part of this. But it's curious that they skipped over him and only mentioned Elon Musk, who also is very pro H-1B. But I mean, that's the problem, is that, like, Trump is surrounded by rich corporate people who all want H-1Bs because they want the cheap labor that they can get by exploiting H-1Bs. And I've said before, it's not a great deal for the people on H-1Bs either, unless they can manage to grab citizenship. Because before that, you're basically treated like slave labor, or indentured servitude. No way, Reich is suppressed speech. Fuck Ursula von der Leyen. Nobody ever voted for her. I don't think... Do you even vote for the people that run the EU? I thought they just sort of voted for themselves. I said Fourth Reich equals EU. Yeah. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. I think Deus Ex kind of alludes to that too. No. Yeah, that's what I thought. They just kind of vote for each other. Like, they just kind of vote themselves into power. Musk and the rest of those donors can all F off. I mean, I agree with you, but they're, right now, they've been propping up Trump's... They've really been propping up Trump lately. Especially in the second term. Because they're all trying to cozy up to him, and, he ends up trusting whoever cozies up to him. So they all want that, they all want their power. And they're getting it. Because, I mean, think about it. When you're rich and powerful, it's much easier to get to the president or, other rich and powerful people than it is if you're just, common guy who's unemployed and single and sits around talking about random crap on YouTube, It's like saying I trust J.D. Vance. I don't really feel strongly about J.D. Vance either way. Wingus here, yeah, this is relevant. Wingus says, J.D. Vance just last month talked about cutting H-1B and putting Americans first. It's weird timing that Trump puts this opinion out now. Yeah, I agree. And keep in mind, people always attack J.D. Vance just because his wife is a Hindu and she's of Indian descent. But J.D. Vance is the one coming out and saying we should cut H-1Bs. And you know what's even sadder? And I'll show you this. Ron DeSantis... Ron DeSantis, the guy with the boots. He is also against H-1Bs, and maybe he's just jumping onto it for political points, but even he's on the right side of this. Kind of understand why you wouldn't want Chinese-style factories in the U.S. Well, like, we want manufacturing in the U.S. We just want people to be, treated with basic dignity and respect and paid fairly for their work. She has more power than Zephyra. Nobody in the masses ever voted for her. Yeah. Her face, so if it's smackable. You just find it suspicious? Yeah. Oh, it's extremely suspicious for sure. It is extremely suspicious. Who are you? Who are you referring to, Jerry? No, he was like, I'm never a Trump guy, a hypocrite. JD Vance, you mean? Oh yeah, Vance Kirk is an ex-Red. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You don't want to... Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think he was never Trump originally, then he just kind of flipped. Well, Ron DeSantis was kind of in that same boat. Except I don't think he really flipped. But you don't want to compete with sweatshops, is your point. No, I do get that, yeah. I get that. My point is that we should be doing things properly and not in sweatshops. If outsourcing were illegal or heavily limited, we would have to do manufacturing here in America, and you would have to treat people properly. Because, again, this is the whole America First thing. I don't want sweatshops in America, but that also doesn't mean that I want sweatshops in China or India or Mexico or any other country. I don't want... You know, this may come as a shock to some people, but I don't want innocent people suffering needlessly. You know, and I know we kind of treat that as a harsh reality of stuff we need to get our, you know, phones and shoes and crap, but you know, I don't like the idea of sweatshops anywhere. I don't like the idea of child labor either. But, you know, that's what we have in these countries like China, where they enslave people, run sweatshops, force children to work like that, work themselves for pennies. It's truly terrible. I don't want that anywhere. I don't wish that on anyone. DeSantis is a weird back and forth, though. That's a good opinion. And why is there a hate speech laws here in Florida to protect Jewish people specifically?
Who was they, though? We can't say who they is, can we?
Press.
Yeah. DeSantis passed hate speech laws where you can't criticize Israel, apparently, in Florida. Which is weird because as much as I would like to move to Florida, I don't know if they would welcome me, considering my opinions on Israel.
You can find this out by checking the early life section of their Wikipedia pages.
Jerry really hates unions. GTA 6 delayed because of unions? Who cares? It's GTA 6. Leftist commies, F them. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. Yeah, I hold my line. You need allies. I'm not saying it's bad to have allies. I'm just saying that if it's between yourself and allies, you need to take care of yourself first. You know, nearshoring is good. Sweatshops in Liberia is good. And I don't want anybody working in a sweatshop. You know, nah, you're good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you have to be careful. You can't publicly criticize Israel. Isolationism never made the U.S. great. Well, you could make some arguments, but getting involved in foreign garbage doesn't exactly help us either. I need to check my state again. I don't think my state has done anything so gay. I think my state is considering it. I'm surprised they haven't done it already. Also taxed to all hell, despite this being a red state.
And what's happening with this application fee? $100,000 was put in place. What's been going on since this was all started? Yeah,
we saw Walmart has come out and has now pulled back their program, and we're seeing other folks are, you know, Reid Hoffman, who's again another person from the tech sector, kind of on the left side, is lobbying the White House to lower that $100,000 fee.
Well, imagine my shock.
Gee, a bunch of rich globalists are now lobbying the president, even though they are from the opposite side of the political parties. The opposite political party. Which just goes to show it's really one big party, and we're not in it. Because, yeah, of course these globalist megacorporate CEOs want cheap labor. Yeah, that's what made us great involvement in World War I and II. It is what made America a global superpower, yes, but it also is what led, you know, it also resulted in the deaths of, you know, thousands and thousands of Americans dying overseas in a war that they never should have been fighting in the first place. And yeah, I understand, but I'm still against it on principle. Yeah. My principles are the reason that I'm against a lot of things that would actually be beneficial to me. Yeah, exactly. So shocking. Yeah, of course you'd hear something like this out of my mouth, not being not being an American. Yeah. North Atlantic Union number 1, not U.S. first. No, it's Israel first, Jerry. You got to get that right. You got to remember. Very much a NATO shill. Well, everyone in NATO except America is a NATO shill. Because we pay for everything. But yeah, it's more Israel first than anything.
Strictly for startups, and we're going to have to see if that works out. But again, like I said earlier, it's this back and forth where the president is, in one sense, supporting it, but now his administration is actually
Why do startups need to be hiring H-1Bs at all? Like, dude, hire people near you. Hire people in the community. It's a startup. I mean, it's not like you got to pay people a ton of money. Like, they know it's a startup. They probably are just going to want equity in the end. So, either do that or do the work yourself.
cracking down on these H-1B visas with this fee that is leading to a lot of chaos.
It's always fascinating when we get to see the machine behind the machine. Will Staken, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
So that was that. There's still a little bit more in here, though. Let's see. Yeah, so... as we said, DeSantis, the man who wears women's boots, bizarrely is saying, the H-1B visa program is a scam. It's been used to import cheap foreign labor at the expense of Americans. That is not justifiable in any event, but it is especially galling when artificial intelligence is forecast to reduce a significant number of white-collar jobs. It's weird. I mean, I agree with him. I think maybe he's just chasing trends, but I agree with him. And, you know, what he's responding to is these guys saying they call it a visa program, but it is a pipeline for cheap foreign labor. The H-1B scam lets corporations bypass American graduates while universities and tech giants cash in. It's a betrayal of the American worker, absolutely. And yeah, meanwhile, Trump says H-1B immigrants are necessary since there are not plenty of talented Americans. And yeah, that's the conversation we just saw. So bizarrely, Ron DeSantis is on the right side of something. Good Lord, yeah. Exactly. Hire young people wanting to get their foot in the door. Even hire people who aren't that young who just want a job and want to do the job, you know? But they don't want you because they want to hire some foreigner for cheap. They blocked your juice chat as well? Jeez. It's not just TikTok. Yeah. Well, your juice emojis did come through earlier. Oh, here we go. They came through earlier. Not sure why they got blocked a second time. And here's something really bizarre. So, this is another way that they've been bypassing the requirements for H-1Bs. So, this is from about a month ago. This guy says, a reader from Connecticut shares job listings for tech positions from local newspapers that they intend to fill with Indian H-1Bs. None of these jobs can be applied for online. So if you want to become a senior data analyst for Black & Decker, you have to pick up a copy of the Sunday paper. This is intentional. These companies advertise jobs only in the paper, which nobody under the age of 75 reads. Yeah. Solely because they're legally required to post the job somewhere before they can hire H-1Bs. Since nobody applies because nobody reads the paper, they can then go to the government and be like, we couldn't find any Americans for the job. Pretty please give us Indians, which we'll pay pennies to and make them work 18-hour days. Absolutely. And, like, this guy gets it. It's a scam perpetuated on all of us. So they're scamming Americans by making it impossible for us to get jobs, and they're scamming the Indians by basically treating them like indentured servants. So what they're basically doing is they're hiding these jobs that they want to give the H-1Bs, because the rule is they have to try and find Americans before they get before they're able to go ask the government for an H-1B visa. So what they're doing now is they're just hiding these jobs in newspapers because nobody reads the newspaper anymore. And so they can say, oh, see, we looked, we couldn't find anybody. And then they can go and ask for an H-1B. H-1B is one of the visas I'm looking into, but I think I'd qualify for the artist one. That's way better. You might have an easier time on the artist visa. How I see it, H-1B jobs are the ones AI will take over, but this is conjecture. No, AI is not going to take over. So H-1Bs are heavily abused in tech to replace software engineers, and it will not take over. Like, I've been using AI to assist in some of my code work. It's good for, like, you know, prototyping and helping it get set up. But it cannot do the kind of engineering work that a person can. At least not the current AI paradigm. It is still very far away from being able to replace people. What's actually happening is companies go, oh, AI, we love AI, it's so great, it's going to replace all these people. And what they actually do is, under the name of AI, they lay off a bunch of Americans and replace them with H-1Bs and offshoring. So, in other words, the AI is actually Indians. And other people, too. They hire, like, Chinese and stuff, too. Indians are just kind of the poster boys for it. Abusing a loophole. Yeah. Exactly. Well, it's not even a loophole, really. It's like they're just abusing everything they can to avoid following the spirit of the law. And here, this is something I wanted to bring up. So on the VR topic, since we talked VR earlier, this guy is somewhat relevant.
H-1B abuse.
So Palmer Luckey, if you guys don't know who he is, really? Yeah, that's a perfect example. The Amazon grocery store, Amazon Go, advertised as AI, but it was really just Indians watching through the cameras. Yeah, it was just people in India watching through the cameras. So this guy, if you don't know who Palmer Luckey is the founder of Oculus, which was one of the early VR pioneers about a decade ago. Now, he sold Oculus to Facebook, who proceeded to pretty much just kill the whole brand. But he is no longer with them. And so he knows a lot about the tech industry. And so here he is, Palmer Luckey, talking about his experience with the H-1B visa.
Of course, there's so much H-1B abuse. You would not believe what I saw when I was in Silicon Valley. It is insane. It's obviously a program to try and replace U.S. workers with basically slave labor that can't ever escape. H-1B abuse is crazy. Of course, there's so much
See, so he says it right there openly. The H-1B abuse is insane. It's a scam to replace Americans with really more like indentured servants that can't escape. Like, they can technically escape. Sure, they can just go back to India. But they come here because they really want American citizenship. So they tolerate all this in the hope of getting that American citizenship. And so that's what it is. H-1B is just a giant scam. There's also a poll here that I thought was kind of interesting. So this says only 23% of U.S. STEM graduates work in STEM. So the H-1B issue looks like it was the Alamo for some folks. How does Trump not know this program is so ruinous? Oligarchy. And so this is just a message that I guess... so this is the guy who runs Rasmussen, which is one of the... It is a polling group that is typically more favorable to Trump, and they tend to be a little more accurate than the other ones. And so I guess he got this message from someone saying... Seeing Trump call us untalented has turned me away from him forever. I don't accept his future apology. I hope he gets destroyed in the midterm. I voted for him all 3 times. And that is actually very close to me. Because I voted for Trump all 3 times, and I am extremely disappointed in him. Just some perspective, I'm a white dude with a mechanical engineering degree, 3.4 GPA, graduated in 4 years. It's a 5-year program generally. Passed the fundamentals exam on the first try as a college junior, and guess what job market stopped hiring when I graduated in 2020? Friggin' engineering. COVID destroyed engineering for Americans. You can get all the right credentials, but because you're white male, you don't get hired. while the ones who are in the industry have been getting fired and told to train their frickin' Indian H-1B replacement. And I can relate to that experience. I'm not a mechanical engineer, I'm a software engineer, but yeah, it's the same thing. And it's not just because you're white, it's really because you're American and male more than anything. I mean, actually, I think it's if you're not black and you're male and you have American citizenship, that's really what keeps you from getting hired now. Yeah, plus one on the COVID part, yeah. And he goes on, I never thought I could be betrayed as hard as Trump just did right now. And he's talking about that interview we saw where Trump said Americans are untalented. America first in his mind is a word concept fallacy. He's either stupid or a liar. It might be too late to change course, but at least he's not Harris. I'm devastated, to say the least. 23% of American-born STEM graduates work in STEM. No talent, my fucking ass. And I'm right there with him. He's absolutely right. This is a betrayal of the American people and American tech graduates in favor of American mega corporations. So, yeah, I am deeply disappointed in Trump for both of these reasons, you know, both for him covering up Epstein again and for betraying Americans for H-1Bs. So, yeah, it's about the size of it. Do we have time for one more? Let me see. Let's see if we have time for one final story. Feel specialization is the way forth, not sweatshops in the U.S. Yeah, but the problem is that all our specialization is also getting outsourced. We have time for 2 no gaming today. Yeah. Well, I did say this was going to be a shorter stream, so. Okay, so you know what? We'll get into a tech story. So let's see here. This guy, we'll go by the video. Yep. Pause. There we go. 1080p.
Is Google a bully? Google found a vulnerability in an open source volunteer maintained project, and I think rightfully so, the maintainer of that project was not super happy.
So if you're not familiar, here's what's going on. FFmpeg, which is it's an open source project that is maintained by volunteers, and it is basically the backbone of pretty much all video conversion everywhere. So FFmpeg is this giant project that is used by just about everybody in video conversion. YouTube uses them. Pretty much any video conversion program you use uses FFmpeg under the hood. VLC player, MPC, they all use FFmpeg under the hood. And this is an entirely open source volunteer run project. What's happening is Google is throwing AI. Google is using AI to find bugs, which is fine, but it's throwing them at FFmpeg and saying, "You guys got, 30 days to fix this, or we're just going to tell everybody about the security bug." And corporations lately have been acting extremely entitled on open source software, where they'll be like, there's a story about like FFmpeg again. Microsoft filed some bug on FFmpeg, and they kept saying, we need this fixed pronto, we need this fixed ASAP. And FFmpeg is like, dude, we're volunteer run. If you need this fixed so badly, you're Microsoft, you have the resources, fix it yourself and just give us the fix. But so that's what we're going through here.
To contextualize this, we got to kind of introduce FFmpeg, the world of AI vulnerability.
Oh, and by the way, if you don't follow FFmpeg on Twitter, if you like browsing Twitter, you absolutely should. FFmpeg is like the Wendy's of software projects on Twitter. because their Twitter account is just amazing.
Search and the world of trillion-dollar corporations profiting off of free and open source software. Enter FFmpeg. FFmpeg is a complete cross-platform solution to record, convert, and stream audio and video. If you want to convert one file to another, to chop up files via the command line, or to stream video content, FFmpeg is the go-to guy. And they've been kind of the main player in this space for about 10 plus years. It's a very well-known and well-loved piece of software. So much so that this meme exists that says kind of that Pornhub keeps the internet alive, but more importantly, that FFmpeg is this little pillar where a couple guys commit code that keeps the entirety of video streaming on the internet in its place, which is true.
Yeah, and this meme is very true, at least the FFmpeg part. It is FFmpeg that is holding up just about everything video based on the internet. So any kind of streaming video, really video in general on the internet, he's most likely using FFmpeg under the hood because it is such an amazing project and such an important project. FFmpeg works great with cloud functions. Yeah, it works great with anything. It's meant to be efficient.
It's true. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and Netflix all use in some form or fashion FFmpeg, mind you, for free. Now, FFmpeg may be a well-known library in tech, but it's also...
Yeah, FFmpeg is totally free to use, and because they used a cuck license, namely the LGPL, any company can just use FFmpeg and not contribute anything. So...
also a well-known Twitter account. You know, FFmpeg sometimes gets flack for its library being written in complete C and assembly, which is necessary, by the way, because it's a library that encodes and decodes video, and to do that quickly and effectively requires a lot of C and a lot of assembly. And so this guy here says your code base is a mess, and the reply is, talk is cheap, send patches.
You see what I mean? Their FFmpeg's Twitter account is amazing. Of course, I think I know why people are upset FFmpeg is written in C and assembly, when that's clearly the best way to write it. These are probably people who are, the annoying Rust people who want everything rewritten in Rust, which is another programming language. But it has like some memory safety stuff tacked on. The problem is that rewriting things from C to Rust often introduces a ton of new bugs that were not present in the original software, and the original software is much more well tested. So there's no reason to rewrite it in Rust other than to waste everyone's time.
Very strong, very based, okay? So through tweets like this, the FFmpeg Twitter account has become a little notorious for being, a bit loud, a bit boisterous on the Twitter. And so this is another example of that, and this is where Google comes in. So FFmpeg received a bug report from Google, and Google's AI, we'll go into what that means here in a second, and they weren't a big fan of the report that was submitted. We take security very seriously, but at the same time, is it really fair that trillion-dollar corporations run AI to find security issues on people's hobby code, then expect volunteers to fix it? This is a very good question. It's important to highlight, though, that the world of video encoding and image processing code is very well known for its vulnerabilities. It's very difficult to get video processing, image processing code correctly for two reasons. One, video codecs are very complex, and two, it is kind of the entire threat model of video processing that you are going to ingest and render an arbitrary amount of data from a user. If I text you a picture to your phone, there has to be a library somewhere that reads that picture, reads out the image data, and pushes it to the GPU. That process of parsing the image is where a ton of these bugs lie. One of them being this bug known as BlastPass, for example. The NSO Group, this big commercial spyware company, was exploiting a vulnerability in libwebp, a picture format, that you could just WhatsApp message or text to somebody, and it would zero-click exploit their phone.
First of all, WebP is terrible. I hate WebP. It's like JPEG, but so much worse. It compresses the crap out of your image worse than anything else. And, of course, Google's been pushing it. But anyway, what he's describing is basically because a video processing library has to take arbitrary data in order to convert it, it has no idea what's going to come in. It's going to be much more vulnerable to security because you can just pipe anything into it. Because a lot of other programs, they're likely to just reject something outright if it's not in the right format. But with video conversion, you don't really have that luxury because there's so many different types of data that can come through. You just have to accept what comes in.
It was explicitly targeting diplomats and politicians, so kind of a scary scenario. So as a result, organizations like Google have come up with kind of these projects to find vulnerabilities for free in open source projects. Their big kind of claim to fame here is OSS Fuzz. OSS Fuzz, or Open Source Software Fuzz, is this project where Google will ingest open source software like Apache, Nginx, FFmpeg, Boost, OpenSSL, and it will submit jobs that fuzz or inject arbitrary malicious data into the software with the hopes of finding bugs and mitigating the bugs, make the world, in theory, a more safe place. And so FFmpeg is one of the targets there. Now, where it gets kind of weird is the amount of money and the amount of compute that Google has that they can, in theory, overwhelm a small project like FFmpeg with bugs.
So, in theory, this is a good idea, right? Automate finding bugs so that vulnerabilities are found and then, they can be patched right away. But yeah, like he said, the problem with it is you might end up overwhelming a project with bugs, and often with fake bugs. So what these AI things do is they tend to hallucinate. This is one of the problems with AI, is it has a habit of hallucinating stuff. So what will happen is the AI will basically just make up a bug and then submit it to the project. And then the project maintainer will get so annoyed. Like, this has happened before, where the project maintainer of, I can't remember the name of the project, libxml2. So we'll go on a little tangent here. libxml2 maintainer quits. So here, libxml2 is a widely used library for parsing XML documents, and it's used extensively by software across the spectrum. So this is another one of those projects that is the base for a ton of different pieces of software. And the maintainer decided to quit. Let's see. No. Trying to find there's a reason for it. I'm trying to find yeah, so it's a dependency for countless desktop and server applications. GNOME, KDE, browsers, Office suites, mail clients, databases, and system tools. Yep. It's one of those glue libraries that holds the Linux ecosystem together. Okay, so I can't find I'm trying to find it. There is the reason that he. Okay, we'll just use this, I guess. Here we go. So, the reason this guy quit maintaining the software is that security researchers were flooding the project with reports of minor vulnerabilities, demanding, CVE numbers, patch timelines, not offering fixes. And so, basically, the guy got pissed off that all these AI-generated fake security bugs were being thrown at him, and it was wasting so much of his time to try and figure out which bugs were real, which bugs are fake, which bugs are, important, which bugs are not. And these open source projects get very little support. That's the corporate parasitism, as they mention. Trillion-dollar corporations build their products on free software, but contribute almost nothing back to maintenance. Apple, Google, and Microsoft all depend heavily on libxml2 without providing meaningful ongoing support for development. When security issues arise, the companies expect volunteer maintainers to drop everything and provide free emergency support. So basically, everyone is trying to demand things from the project and from the maintainer, but they're not trying to help him in any way. And so this guy quit because he was just being drowned in time-wasting garbage and demands from corporations that don't actually contribute anything. And so this is what's going on. This is an even bigger situation than libxml2, because while libxml2 is used in a bunch of projects, FFmpeg is used everywhere. So, like, this could result in the few people that write FFmpeg. And keep in mind, like I said, FFmpeg is written in C and assembly, and there are not a lot of people who know how to do that anymore. So if the people who maintain this quit because they're being overwhelmed with this garbage, FFmpeg could die. And then we would lose development for a lot of really important things that we depend on. So YouTube might be in trouble if they keep if this keeps up. This is interesting as fuck. Yeah, I'm glad you're interested, Jerry, because I saw the view count dropping when I started talking about it. Everyone left as soon as I started talking about technology. Yeah, it has. My current project involving FFmpeg hallucinates and goes in circles a whole lot now that it's large. Yeah. Yep. So.
Bugs. Now, this didn't actually come from OSS fuzz. This bug came from Big Sleep. If you're not aware, Big Sleep is this AI-powered LLM system that's probably very closed source, very proprietary that Google has. But they've
I'm glad you guys are still here. I'm glad you guys are still here, but like, I think everyone was just interested in the Steam new Steam devices, and then they just sort of walked off.
Job of, as $1 trillion corporation, throwing so much compute, tons of compute.
Yeah, not that I have a grasp on this. I'm not a software guy. Yeah, which is why I'm trying to explain everything as simply as I can, because I know most people are not in software, and so I'm trying to explain why this is so important without trying to go too into the weeds.
At projects like FFmpeg and finding vulnerabilities in them. Another one recently was in Apple's WebKit, which is kind of like the FFmpeg for Safari, for example. It's used to render and ingest web content.
That's not exactly true. So WebKit is the browser engine that Safari uses. And WebKit is also what Chrome is forked from. So Chrome's engine is called Blink, but Blink is a fork of WebKit. But yes, so yeah, it's not that important, but just wanted to clarify what he's talking about. So that is the browser engine. It's not really that much like FFmpeg here. Well, thanks, Jerry. Do a good job explaining. I appreciate that. Thanks, Wingus.
It found on its own, without human intervention, 5 CVEs, all of which were some kind of remote code execution, so buffer overflow, unspecified here, but memory corruption and use after freeze, that if exploited properly, a malicious actor could create a format of a file to use these exploits and get code execution on your computer.
So you don't have to worry too much about like what all this stuff means, buffer overflow vulnerability, use after freeze vulnerability, all that. Those are just different types of bugs that can be exploited by malicious people to I try not to use the word hack, but to hack the software. And so these are real vulnerabilities that were found by the AI, and that's good. That is good.
So in theory, this is a good thing, right? But here's where it gets a little hairy, okay? So the maintainer or the person at Google who is, keeping this ticket open, they give a breakdown of where the vulnerability exists. And at the very end of this, they say, hey, by the way, this bug is subject to a 90-day disclosure timeline. If a fix for this issue is made available to users before the end of the 90-day timeline, the bug report will become public 30 days after the fix is made available. Otherwise, the bug will become public at the deadline. The scheduled deadline is this date here. Now, where FFmpeg got a little upset, and I think rightfully so, this feels a bit like extortion in a certain way. Like, it is not maintainable, it is not scalable for a company like Google to be able to throw billions of dollars of cloud compute and of LLMs at open source projects and then just say, hey, by the way, you need to now go patch this or the bug will go public. Now, luckily for FFmpeg and for kind of the world, this particular bug was in a codec that FFmpeg refers to as...
So, before it gets into what's going on, because this is actually kind of funny, I do want to explain the problem here is, let's see if I can click to it here.
And just say, hey, by the way.
So this 90-day disclosure deadline, I am guessing this is just some automatic thing. So I'm guessing that Google just tacks this onto every single bug that they auto-generate. The problem is that FFmpeg is, again, maintained by volunteers, right? It's a volunteer project. So these guys only have so many resources and so much time on their hands. So what Google is doing here is saying, if you don't fix this bug in 90 days, we're going to make it public, and then anybody can use it and exploit it, right? Anybody can use this exploit to, hack the software, whatever. Which is a problem, Because if FFmpeg does intend to at least fix it, then you need to wait until they fix it so that malicious actors aren't just going to get a hold of it and start using it. So that's why it's a problem for FFmpeg. They're basically feeling like, even though I don't think that's Google's intent, I don't think Google is trying to sort of extort them into fixing the bug as soon as possible. I think this is just something that Google tacks onto these things as a standard. FFmpeg is irritated because from their perspective now it's like, okay, well now you're kind of forcing us to have to try and fix this in 90 days or our software has a big vulnerability in it that's exposed to the public. So it is completely understandable for FFmpeg to be pissed off about this, even if that is not Google's intent. And it's not like Google's sending anybody over to help, either.
By the way, you need to now go patch this or the bug will go public. Now, luckily for FFmpeg and for Uganda the world,
and this part is kind of funny, like what the bug is actually in. Because it's like a really minor bug, as it turns out. Or at least like a really... It's a bug that's likely not going to affect anybody. But so just listen to what this is about.
This particular bug was in a codec that FFmpeg refers to as hobby code. How hobby are we talking here? This patch exists to fix an issue with decoding LucasArts' Smush codec, specifically the first 10 to 20 frames of Rebel Assault 2, a game from 1995. Now, while...
No!
Are you?
No! No!
Are you joking?
No! No!
Are you joking me?
So that is what this is all over. This is all over literally a patch to fix an issue with a specific codec for... I'm pretty sure Rebel Assault 2, that's Star Wars, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Star Wars Rebel Assault 2. So I'm right, yeah. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly, yes. Rebel Assault 2. Yeah. Okay, and Neo loved it as a kid. Yeah, see? So that's what this is for. It's literally for just decoding the specific, like, proprietary Smush codec. I assume it's proprietary. That was used in Rebel Assault 2 for their cutscene video. And it's only like the first 10 to 20 frames of the game. And you can see right here in the screenshot. And this is really just because FFmpeg really wants to be able to play every possible video file, you know? And so in here he says, this is another post-processing codec. It sums the RGB components of the 4 surrounding pixels and blah 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 blah. That doesn't really matter. But the real kicker here is it's only used in the first 10 to 20 frames of the Rebel Assault 2 LXX retry.san files to slightly blur the outline of the opening aperture effect. So that makes... Actually, can we find to gameplay? Can we find some gameplay just to see what video this is about? So I don't know if it's that. I probably should mute it because I don't want to get hit for copyright with the music there. It has FMV cutscenes. Exactly, Fresh. That's why I muted it. Gotta be careful. Oh, man. Yeah. Gotta be careful there. It is an FMV game with FMV cutscenes. Do you know what happens when you have to retry? Because I think that's what it's about. Because based on the file name, it's called lxxretry.san file. So I'm guessing it's when you die on a level and you have to restart. No. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing it, but oh wow. Yeah, it's probably too specific to find. But in short, it's just like the opening of one of these FMVs, and all it does is slightly blur the outline of the opening aperture effect, which I'm still not sure what that effect is. I would really like to see it. I'd really like to find it, but I just don't see it anywhere. But anyway, so that's literally all it is. 10 to 20 frames, and these cutscenes run at what? 15 frames a second, maybe? So it's at most... At least that's my guess. Maybe 30? So it's at most like the first... less than 2 seconds. And that's all this is. That's all it does. And all it does is slightly blur the outline of the opening aperture effect. So it just slightly blurs something. That's all it does. And that is what this whole brouhaha is over. And it gets even sillier.
Now, while FFmpeg aims to play every video file ever made, that video file ever made clause comes with new code. The problem here is that FFmpeg had a vulnerability in a piece of software that like literally nobody uses, and that if you compile FFmpeg from source right now by default, you will not get this codec included. So FFmpeg's argument is, okay, so now you have this arbitrary disclosure.
So did you catch that? This code is not even included in FFmpeg by default. So it's like in a specific, you have to like build FFmpeg in a specific way to get that to even be included. So that's how obscure this bug actually is.
Disclosure timeline that I have to follow. I have no choice but to follow it or the bug will go public. Oh, and also it's in code that doesn't really affect everybody. I hear their argument here, but I want to kind of highlight a couple caveats to what they're talking about. First of all, FFmpeg called this bug CVE slop, and I'm not sure that I necessarily agree that it's CVE.
So I see the slop term is getting some good usage there. I do agree with this guy. I don't think it's quite CVE slop. I think CVE slop would be what I described earlier, where they're throwing out all sorts of AI hallucinated fake vulnerability reports. In this case, this is a real bug. It's just extremely obscure.
CVE slop. CVE slop comes in a very particular form. So if you're not aware, this gentleman here on the left is Daniel Stenberg. He is the author and core maintainer of curl. If you don't know what curl is, okay. Curl is a library that is, or a program and a library that are used for parsing and sending web requests on the internet, right? Very well-known, very highly used piece of software. And so Daniel Stenberg in several blog posts has highlighted that his project on HackerOne, a bug bounty platform, has received slop bug reports. Now, his slop bug reports are bug reports in curl that literally do not exist, okay? They are vulnerabilities in curl for pieces of curl that are not real, or for vulnerabilities that don't actually cause crashes, right? Like for literally like the AI is hallucinating bugs and finding vulnerabilities that do not exist. One of them.
And that's what I just described. That is fake bugs. That is what I would consider CVE slop.
Being here, someone used AI to write a harness.
Is this Google service something you have to ask for, or does Google just do it without the dev's permission? Oh, you mean the vulnerability reports? The AI vulnerability scanner? I think they just do it, because it's actually pretty... Because this is a public project, right? I think you can actually find the FFmpeg source. Why do I have a pull request here? Oh, okay, there you go. Yours are ignored. So this is just a mirror, but no, not a bot. Okay, I do not know how... I don't know where issues are. Policies, make patches, process. Oh, here we go, bug reports. So you can submit a bug report here. So anybody can submit a bug report. You just have to sign up for their bug tracker here. And then so you can view tickets. So you can see there are tons of tickets here. See, anyone can make a, anyone can sign up, file a bug. So there you go. And keep in mind, a lot of these bugs are filed by people who are maybe just having issues using the program, and so that also takes time away from people. But yeah, so Google is not asking; they are just throwing these bugs in here. So, yeah. No, Google just does it without their permission, and typically it's welcomed because projects want to know about issues in their code. But in this case, Google is just overwhelming them with vulnerabilities and then acting like every vulnerability is dire.
They used a stir copy for curl, and then they fuzzed their harness, and they found a vulnerability in their harness that because it used stir copy, there was a buffer overflow, and then reported that to HackerOne, to curl, and then Dan Stenberg had to go and triage this fake bug that doesn't exist. Oh, and then also argue with the author of this harness for, it looks like a couple days, to eventually realize, oh, this person used AI, doesn't know what they're talking about, and the bug isn't real, okay? This is much different than Google using AI, while we all may not like AI, our AI overlords are here, unfortunately, using AI to find and report a real bug, okay?
So what he just described there with the curl maintainer, that is the kind of giant waste of time I'm talking about, where you get fake bugs reported by people, and then you have to deal with all of that and try to figure out if the bug is even real or not.
That is, in my opinion, not CVE slop. However, there is a much larger issue here, okay? This particular bug is, again, in a codec that doesn't necessarily affect the average person, okay? It's a codec that is for a particular game that, again, if you compile FFmpeg by default from source right now, this codec will not be included. However, the inclusion of this disclosure policy, it starts to beg very interesting questions. I think the first conversation we have to have is like, what is the purpose of timed disclosure, okay? A lot of people on Twitter were saying that timed disclosure is more of like a clout gathering mechanic that researchers use, or that like people have disclosure policies so that they can report their bug on Twitter. And that's not necessarily the case, okay? The reason that bug disclosure timelines exist is if this bug is real and affects a lot of...
Now, there's some of that. You do typically get some credit as like security researchers. I'm not a security researcher or anything. I just have some insight into this. You do get some clout, some credit whenever you find like a major vulnerability. So there is something to that. But what he's describing here is the bigger reason that you would have a disclosure deadline.
A lot of people, which is not the case for this one, okay? It is not a bug that affects a ton of people. But let's say it's a buffer overflow in OpenSSL in the key exchange process, okay? A bug that is gigantic. You have a couple of options with how you deal with that. You can just go public immediately, but the problem with that is if you go public before maintainers have time to patch, now attackers also have access to the code as well as defenders, and you're basically creating this race scenario where whoever wins is a function of how fast somebody can act, and maybe defenders can't be as fast as attackers, maybe there are time zone changes, etc. So
I think I described this earlier. He just described why they don't release typically these major bugs, major vulnerabilities, as soon as they find them. If you release the vulnerability when you find it, then suddenly everyone can see the vulnerability. So malicious actors who want to hurt people, they can find the vulnerability and use it to exploit people. Meanwhile, the people who maintain the software also have to, while they're trying to fix it, people are already exploiting this bug. And that's something you don't want from a security standpoint, right? You want your software to be trustworthy.
Then the option is don't disclose. Hide the bug, patch it, and then quietly patch it, okay? But the issue there is if you acknowledge the bug exists that you found, somebody else may have also found that bug and could actively be exploiting it right now. So at some point, you are morally obligated to...
And that's the other issue. So if you never disclose it and only the maintainers of the software know, then theoretically there is a good chance that somebody out there has also found the bug and is exploiting it anyway. But, the vast majority of malicious people are not. So you want to disclose it at some point because if they if you never patch it, or if people don't know about it, then, obviously maintainers need to know so it can get patched, but even if you don't, then if you don't announce it, people may not update their software in time to get the fix that prevents the exploit from happening. In fact, a lot of non-disclosures with these bugs are something that are used by the government. So, like the NSA, for example, has been known to stockpile vulnerabilities in software that are never disclosed, not even to the software maintainers, and then they can use them to, basically hack software and spy on people. So that is it's a serious problem.
To disclose the bug to somebody to be like, hey, we need to patch this. So you go to the maintainers and say, hey, we need to make this bug go away. If we don't, people can keep getting hacked, and we have to do it quickly because they could be getting hacked right now. You're trying to reduce the amount of risk that a person is exposed to, okay? Now, as a result of this, the researcher that finds this bug may get clout, they may get brownie points in the security research world, okay? But that is not the intent of disclosure timelines. It may be a side effect, but if people are doing forced disclosure for the sake of internet hacking points, they're a bad researcher, they're not in it for the right reasons, okay? So my opinion on this...
Now, there is another way, there are ways that this kind of thing has been weaponized before, and probably for good reason. So it wouldn't really apply to an open source project, but let's say, let's say Google's Nest, right? Let's say there's some vulnerability out there in something like Google's Nest, your thermostats or cameras, whatever it may be. Let's say someone finds a vulnerability, and they may even come out and say, there is a vulnerability here, but they won't say what the vulnerability is. They might tell Google, hey, I found this bug, and then Google says, oh, well, we're not prioritizing this fix right now. Even though it's a major fix, because companies tend to act like that. So what will sometimes happen is the person who found the bug will then go, they'll go public and say, okay, you know what, Google, if you don't fix this vulnerability within, this amount of time, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever it may be, then I'm just going to make this public, and then you're going to be on the hook because the users of your software are going to be exploited. And a lot of times that actually forces these companies, because they don't want the bad PR and the liability, to go and finally fix those bugs. So there are cases where a disclosure policy thing like this can actually work in people's favor. But in this case, this is a really obscure vulnerability that's not going to affect really anybody. So it's just not an appropriate place to use it.
On this is that this disclosure timeline was put in there literally automatic. I think this is literally boilerplate code that Big Sleep puts in. You can even see, for more information, visit google.com/bugs/bigs.
Okay, yeah, and he's alluding to what I said earlier, is that most likely this is just something that is automatically attached to every bug report that this system files. So I doubt that this was done intentionally to screw with the FFmpeg devs.
Sleep. So I think that this is maybe getting people more mad than it needs to. While it does highlight a bigger issue about disclosure, it is not necessarily, I think, something that Google was doing for the sake of cyber extortion. I do want to highlight though that it does create this kind of weird issue where you do have these multi-bajillion-dollar corporations that are standing up all of their code, all their profit off of single volunteer organizations. And so maybe the answer is that Google, while they submit these vulnerabilities, should also be submitting patches. But then it begs this bigger issue.
Yeah, because these giant mega corporations have the resources to pay people to maintain the software that they use. Just because they don't outright own the software doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, helping to maintain it, considering how heavily they use it. Right? It's like, if well, let's say your neighborhood depends on, I don't know, a food shelter. Did I just say food shelter? Jeez, it is getting late, isn't it? Well, let's say your neighborhood depends on something, like your electrical grid, right? Yeah, yeah, Sam. Jeez, I've been talking a lot. Yeah, let's say there's something your entire neighborhood depends on, right? Maybe there's like oh, here you go. Let's say maybe there's like some kind of like basketball court, right? That in your neighborhood, and your entire neighborhood depends on it. Everyone loves it, so on. Everyone's always playing basketball there. If you are heavily using the basketball court, and let's say it's not like, state maintained or something, it's like it is literally something that your neighborhood upkeeps. If you are heavily using the basketball court, it should probably be on you to help maintain said basketball court. And obviously, if you have the resources to. So, if you're, some rich guy who lives in the neighborhood and you're constantly using the basketball court, well, maybe you should, try and keep the place clean. Maybe, do that sort of thing. Because you're using something that everyone is contributing to, you should at least give back in some way, especially if you have the means to. But what's happening is these companies are just taking open source projects, using them behind the scenes, and then rarely contributing back. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do contribute code, like the Linux kernel, for example. Linux gets a lot of contributions from these companies when they find it useful. But a lot of times with stuff like this, companies won't contribute back or even fund the people who work on it. They just take it. And that is the reason you don't use a cuck license. So FFmpeg is dual licensed. You can use a version of LGPL or a version of GPL. Ultimately, the problem, though, is that if you take that software, whether it's LGPL or GPL, you can just put the software behind a network. And then, this is how YouTube works. Since they run the service behind Google's network and then just stream the output of the video to you, they don't have to disclose anything. So they can use it, contribute absolutely nothing back, and profiteer off of it heavily. And the people who actually made the software, FFmpeg, get nothing out of it. And this is why you don't use cuck licenses. Always license your software, and this is what I do with all my open source projects. Always license your software as AGPL v3. Okay, because what this says is that even if they use... so right here... So it is like the GPL, but it also says that users who interact over a network with modified versions of the program can receive the source code for the program. In other words, even if it's behind a network, if you use the AGPL v3, even if your software is used by a company behind a network the way YouTube does, all the software, all the code for their software services would have to be then made open source to the public. And these companies hate that, which is why they don't, they ban AGPL v3 in their companies. So don't use cuck licenses, chat. Always use AGPL v3 because the corporations hate AGPL v3 because that AGPL v3 software is banned at Google and banned at a lot of corporations. So yeah, that's just my my 2 cents on software licensing. So, and the point of that is, even if they use that software behind the network, they are then forced, if you use AGPL v3, to contribute back. Even if they don't contribute back to your project directly, they are still forced to contribute back with even their own software. F licenses, all rights reserved. Use at your own risk. Yeah, you wouldn't download a car. Well, obviously, of course we would download a car. Well, so the reason for this is if you put your software out there, it's better to have it be under some kind of open source license so people can't just steal it, because like MIT license is a massive cuck license because they don't have to contribute anything back. And then there's like proprietary software, but I mean, I do appreciate open source software. It's good to have that sharing out there, So it's better to have something perfectly available for free. Well, software delivered as is, that is an issue of liability, and every open source project pretty much says software is as is, we're not liable for anything, but you can use it, is basically what the license is about. Taillight warranty. Nah, there's no warranty. There's no warranty on open source software.
Issue of like, okay, but if they find the bug and can't create a patch, do they just hide the bug until they have a patch? Do they submit the bug and then submit a patch? I don't know. The thing about this one is this was a use after free vulnerability. You know, it's not a great way to solve this. One thing you could do is just find where the UAF happens, and when you free it, set the pointer equal to null, right? It would still turn the vulnerability into a DOS condition, a denial of service, but it would not make this state executable or exploitable in a way that an attacker could take advantage of, right? So again, I think that FFmpeg is right in that, hey, Google should probably put resources into not only finding the bugs, but for helping these small organizations to report and mitigate the bugs. But at the same time, I don't think it's right to necessarily call this bug CVE slop, because I just don't think it is. Again, for the record, guys, this is not meant to be some like, ooh, I'm starting a flame war with FFmpeg. I'm literally just having a conversation pretty much with myself and the camera. If you have an opinion on this, please let me know in the comments below. If you're a maintainer at FFmpeg or somewhere else that has dealt with this, I would love to know your opinions. Either comment down below or DM me on Twitter. I have 6 notifications. I'm kind of a big deal. And then, yeah, from there we can go hang out on the next video, which you will also enjoy probably as much as this one.
Rust hacked? Oh, I kind of want to click this, but it's super late. Because, I mean, I don't have no strong opinions on the actual Rust language, but everyone who pushes Rust seems to be insufferable. Taillight warranty means if you buy a car, it's sold as soon as the taillights are not seen anymore, so another way to say as is. Oh, okay, gotcha. Plus a backdoor paid. Good stream. Well, I'm glad you liked it, Jerry. I know the technical stuff, the like technical software stuff can get a bit dry sometimes, but I don't know. I just find this stuff fascinating sometimes. But I'm glad you had a good time, Jerry. But yeah, that is what's going on with FFmpeg. Google and a lot of companies are screwing with these open source software projects that they heavily rely on, and it's not going to lead anywhere good. They really, really need to. They really need to start giving back in a more meaningful way, and trying to support, because these are massive corporations. They can afford to do that, so they really need to start taking care of the things that allow them to do their business in the first place. Been liking these for sure. It's 113 subs as well. Yeah, I think we might have hit. I think it might hit 1-4. Oh, 1-3. I was at 114 when the stream started. Someone unsubscribed during the stream, chat. Jeez. Oh, more every week. Yeah, it is growing. It's growing slowly, and I'm really glad to see that. Painting nails? What on earth? What on earth is that? Painting nails, jeez. Cue Homer Simpson clip. Nerd. I do have this one Homer Simpson thing here. It's not a real Simpsons thing, but yeah, I like it. Yeah, I know it's a black girl painting her nails, but like, what on earth? Oh, it was you who unsubscribed, Wingus? Oh, how could you? How could you, Wingus? But, alright, well, that is going to be it, I think, for today. Alright, yeah, absurd humor. Alright, well, I want to thank you all for coming out to the stream today. It was wonderful. Wonderful having you all here. Tism. Trail, it's what I do. Yeah, it was wonderful having you all here. I hope you have a lovely evening. Let's see, Wingus. You should get a news desk like Alex. You know, maybe I was thinking about it. Hey, thank you for being here, Wingus. Yeah, so thank you, Wingus, Jerry, Fracture. Thanks for the stream. I may not fully understand it, but I learned something, I think. Awesome. Awesome. I hope it's at least a little bit meaningful and interesting. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, so let's see. Jerry, we had Fractured, we had Wingus, we had Neo. Let's see. I think I got Fractured. Okay, well, we're not going as far back. Yeah, it's not going as far back as I'd like, but yeah, we had a bunch of other people earlier when I was talking about more interesting things like the new Steam hardware. Yeah, I saw Snap, Sergey, some other folks, Jam the Ripper. Who else was there? Lots of good people. I have a news desk set up for Saturday Night Sith. Get what it makes you feel more important. Well, I mean, I do have Paul Ladokin. Yes, Paul Ladokin. We had Paul pop by. Yeah, a lot of great people. I actually do have. If you saw the thumbnail, I do have a desk that I could just slap in front of me. The problem is that my hands would always be behind the desk. But yeah. Also, I like my flames. I don't know. I'd have to do something with the flames. But yeah, so yeah, it was great having you guys here. Thank you so much for streaming. Like I always say, streams are no fun if there's no chat to hang out with, you know? And yeah, I might do something. I might do something for it. Goats. Yeah, I might do something for it next time when I have a little more time to mess with with my OBS setup.
Oh, and one more thing, fucker. Before I go, don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right. With that, I will say have a good evening, guys. I will see you hopefully next week, and hopefully we can actually do Metal Gear Rising this time. Hey. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to Metal Gear Rising next week. I will see you all later. Have a lovely evening, everybody.